Hey, hi, hello, and howdy. Nothing is scarier than being a camera free streamer and seeing your webcam light is on and having a minor panic. I'm fine. Turned it on accident. That problem's been fixed. Anyways, hello! I'm here on a Sunday. It feels fake. It really feels like a Tuesday to me. My brain broken. I don't know what time is. I kind of lost that forever ago. One of these days. Maybe I'll reclaim it. Who knows? That would be nice. Congrats to Lettuce being today's littlest pog champ. 10 out of 10. Look at you go. Great work. Everyone else tried, but only Lettuce made it. Good job, Lettuce. Double check a thing. Cool. Bonjour, bonjour. Bonjour, bonjour. Let me do the buttons I press. God, it's like I know what I'm doing. It's fire when that happens. Had an interesting day today. Went out for corn dogs like I did yesterday to the Korean corn dog place nearby. Went with my cousins. It was a treat. They are much better when you eat them within 10 minutes of receiving them, I have learned. But that was nice. Watched a lot of True Blood with my partner. Found out, did not know this, Snoop Dogg made a fan song about wanting to hook up with Sookie. And it's a wild song with the bonkers references, and I thought I was going to pass out. So that was funny and weird. And based on my notes, we had so much happen just yesterday. This is a whole lot of game. We've played this for almost 35 hours and got 37. I'm fascinated. Let's do a brief recap of everything that fucking happened. I'm just jumping right into it. I'm sorry. I'm excited. I've been thinking about this game off and on all day, and I wanted to play it this morning, but I knew I had to wait. I always said I'll stream after 6 p.m., but I was like up at 7 going, what if I just played right now? It's after 6 p.m. somewhere, and that felt rude. But anyways, what have we had happen? Okay, the most wild thing we learned was that Kano's future father-in-law is a fan of pop star Aya Kamiki. We learned that Hana likes to write poems about how miserable her life is, and Aya Kamiki is a big fan. That's like not critical to the story, but it's critical to my enjoyment. And she becomes a songwriter. That was cute. We learned the big bad's name is Alphard. Allegedly, Tanaka is dead and then blown up in the blue minivan. We've learned that was not how Minorikawa understood it. He believed Toyama was in there and had died. We all know that that's not the case. I am of the belief that it's not Tanaka. I still can't get over Pretty Honey being Rumi's dad. That's the biggest thing in my notes. Kanan got her ass beat, but might be okay. What else have we learned? Tateno, the detective with the cane and tried to, who wants to kill Hitomi, is currently keeping Maria held hostage on a rooftop as a means of baiting Hitomi to him. And we learned a little bit about him. His best friend in high school was in love with his high school girlfriend. He still keeps pictures from his high school days in his wallet. This man is in his 40s. Ashi's sister is in trouble. We got a call from her doctor. And Hitomi wants him to go see her, but we fucked up. We got a bad ending where he got beat up by Kiryu, the shitty guy who is a part of SOS and is pro extorting members. What the fuck did I write here? I have the name Chiharu Fuyasuki as a middle schooler in here, but I can't read what I wrote. Does that say bully? I don't remember who they are. Shit. Well, just put a line through that because that is an unknown mystery. That is unreadable. So we've got that. We haven't touched anything with Kano. Minorikawa got his ass beat, and we can fix Ashi's timeline by sending the punk another direction. And Minorikawa is depressed as fuck. So that's my very brief recap. Osawa is waiting around at his house. He got hit with a keep out because he realizes he has no allies. He knows Hitomi is infected. He believes Tanaka to be dead. He tried to call his father-in-law to get the board's approval to get access to the antiviral. They refused to help him for at least 24 hours. They're like, it's impossible. One of the guys is in America. Oh, well, fuck you. He's devastated because he's going to lose one of his daughters. And this is when we learned that his daughter, Maria, had written a letter to him and wanted to run away from home. And she wanted to die because she was sad because she thought Hitomi was the favorite, which in turn made Maria his favorite. That was wild. What else have we learned? Let's see. Hostage on the roof. Realizing he's alone. Has to go visit his sister, but is dealing with some punks. Oh, they called off the kidnapping investigation. Director Kuze said, everybody go the fuck home. Maria's infected. We ain't gonna look for her no more. Bye. And Kano said, fuck you. He was instructed by Jack Stanley to get the fuck out of Shibuya. He went to visit his father-in-law, future father-in-law, and said, sir, I love your daughter dearly. Get the fuck out of Shibuya. And turned around as being a little bit of a defiant, sassy boy. He's going back to the precinct to figure out what the fuck is going on. We learned that Jack Stanley got some updates from his own superior, and Stanley felt comfortable telling Kano everything that had happened. And that's everything we kind of did in this last hour. I'm gonna see if we can save Ashi. We accidentally got a cutscene where we ran Ashi over, so I would like to not do that. Hey, Minorikawa said, is it fun? Alright, I'm sorry. Maybe we just need to apologize to him, because when we try and fight him, is when we ran over Ashi. Is it, or no, we said bring it on, he killed us. we were within an inch of our life. We said, is it fun? And then we ran over Ashi, so we should tell him we're sorry. Alright, I'm sorry. Getting dragged into a street fight was not what he needed right now. It was better to just apologize and be done with it. Let's double check. What did he do wrong? He called him a klutz. That pissed him off. Should have shown me that kind of respect from the start. The punk shook his head, muttering under his breath. Another dumbass gotta get taught some manners. Oh, with that, the young thug headed off in the direction of Dogenzaka. That is incorrect. Norikawa looked around. He noticed a taxi idling nearby. That is not going to help us. That's not what we need. Because we said last time, do you have fun hitting people with that? Hang on. Maybe it's because he's depressed. Did we lean into our depression last time? What was the previous question? Maybe we need to embrace our depression. No, I ignored it by saying forge ahead. Okay, maybe if we find out why he became a journalist in the first place, that might have a different impact. You've forgotten your passion, you need to get that back. Yeah, that was his only option, really. He needed to turn back the clock to reclaim the fire that used to burn inside him. He knew just how to do that. Yeah, here we go. Before he could, however, a young man stumbled across his path, taking a nasty fall on the pavement. Ow! That's how he said it, because he's a punk. Oh, damn, that hurts. Ow! The youngster scrambled back to his feet and turned to Minorikawa with a snarl. What are you looking at, pal? The young man clutched a piece of timber like a club. There was a nasty gleam in his eyes. I'm not looking at anything, Minorikawa sighed. I just happen to be looking in your direction. Shut your yap. Apologize, bitch, now. The punk raised his cudgel. Here we go. What for? You tripped me, man. Ain't you gonna apologize for that? The kid has stumbled all on his own, but was probably too embarrassed to admit it. Guess he's gotta vent his anger at someone. Listen, kid, Minorikawa said, it's not my fault you're such a klutz. The hell you just say to me? You got a death wish, pal? With a murderous glare, the punk advanced on him, brandishing his weapon. Hey, Minorikawa said. We can't apologize. If we say bring it on, he like whooped our ass. Is it fun hitting people with that thing? The corner of the punk's mouth curled up. Ah, yeah, real fun. Only a dumbass beats people with their bare hands. You just wind up hurting your fist. If you're gonna enjoy some violence, you gotta have yourself a weapon. Aha, I see. In that case, maybe give it a rest with that stick, yeah? Huh? What for? The punk scowled in irritation. Don't get me wrong, Minorikawa said. I'm just saying there have to be better weapons than that. Something that could take a man down in a single blow. The kid stopped to consider Minorikawa's words for a moment. I get you. Yeah, you might be right about that. And I think I have just the thing. May as well go with my usual. Okay. And then maybe we just actually hop immediately back to Ashi so that Ashi doesn't dart into the street. Maybe that's the thing. We have to hop right back to him. Toss away the piece of wood on the side of the road. That's my guess. Don't you go anywhere till I get back. Got it? Yeah, sure thing. And then does it say save in the corner? Minorikawa watched as the punk headed back the way he'd come. Man, he murmured, what a dumbass. Looking around, he spotted a taxi parked close by. Shit. It was Kimazuka. Do you need a ride, sir? Kimazuka asked, all politeness as he opened the back door. Shit. If you're headed to that publishing office again, I can get you there in 10 minutes. Kimazuka's driving was as smooth as always. He wove his way skillfully through a series of back streets. There was some big explosion earlier, he explained. The main roads are all gridlocked. Yeah, Minorikawa muttered. I was there when it happened. Oh wow, really? I'm glad to see you're not hurt then. Still, what a terrible thing, that minivan. I hear someone was inside when it exploded. I'm not sure if you were aware. Yeah, I'm aware. Oh ho, nothing gets past a reporter like you, I see. Kimazuka flashed Minorikawa an approving smile through the rearview mirror. How much have you heard then? Rumor has it that the person who died was a middle-aged man. Oh. Huh. We taxi drivers tend to hear quite a bit ourselves. Kimazuka chuckled, but Minorikawa just cast his eyes down forlornly. There's the save. Okay. Alright, let's see if that is what fixes things. Oh boy. 1 second. The cat is really loud. You okay, Livia? You okay? I'm not sure if you can hear her, but she's like screaming. Hold on. I'm sorry, very brief BRB while I go check on the cat. Please forgive me. 1 second. Hello, I'm back. Crisis averted. My roommate just took his time getting in the door and it made Olivia crazy. where she was making ungodly sounds. That was spooky. She was incredibly loud, so yeah, when your cat is usually kind of quiet and she starts going but really intensely, spooky. It's spooky to me. I don't like that sound. It makes me uncomfortable. But she's fine. I'll have to leave in about 40 minutes to cook Sunday dinner for the folks, but figured I'd see how things are progressing. Yeah, I mostly just did a recap. Also, hi Pirate, hello. But yeah, I mostly did a recap and shared like a couple of my theories. You didn't miss much. But I don't like when Olivia does that really loud because she makes it sound not cute. You know, some cats do the little and it's adorable, but when she does it, I'm like, are you okay? She was also like doing backflips trying to open the fucking door. Made me a little nervous, but we're fine. Everything's fine. She just made me nervous. I've been like extra antsy about pets lately. I don't know why. Been extra worried about them, but whatever. She's gonna be really mad because my roommate's turning around and leaving for Magic the Gathering. She ain't gonna like that, but anyways. All we did was set up Ashi for success, and so we're trying to see if we can save Ashi to save Minorikawa, and then try and get some keep outs. Yeah, we hear Oi get back here, threatening shout rung out from nearby. Ashi looked around, startled, and saw a boy about high school age bowling out from behind a building on a side street. Several slightly older young men were hot on his heels. Ashi knew their faces all too well. They were all members of SOS. They caught their choir just before he could make it out onto the main road. Having Mexican tonight? Ooh, that sounds good. I had Korean corn dogs again today, but I could go for a burrito and a quesadilla, just like a little one each. But I don't have any food in this house that I can cook in a quick amount of time, so say la vie. All I have is like pasta right now. It kind of sucks. I don't even have like, I got noodles, but I don't even have udon. I want udon if I'm gonna eat noodles. Like that's what I'm in the. So tragic being me. Gotcha, newbie. I was gonna order takeout, but I hit checkout and I watched the price go from $19 to $24, and that just was too much. It's because I had a small cart. I got billed for a small cart. I was mad, so I didn't order it. I'm still heated. I'm not gonna lie, I'm still heated. I hate how expensive delivery is. Anyways, so the kid they were after must have been a member too. Let me go. Oh, we'll let you go, all right. After you pay up. Yeah. One of the young men snatched the boy by the collar. Blah, blah, blah. We've seen this. Scrunched up. What are you talking about? Playing dumb. Have to pay monthly dues. It's a privilege to get to call yourself SOS. Blah, blah, blah. Ashi gets really mad about this. It's a shakedown, baby. All right. Hey, he barked, let the kid go. He marched toward the group. Say what now? They turn to look, their faces immediately go pale. Oh, hey, Ashi. Hey, let him go. Ashi focused his glare on the fellow holding the kid until he released his grip. You guys always go around doing stuff like this? None of the gang members answered. They merely turned their gazes glumly to the ground. Hey, Ashi turned to the younger boy. Since when have they been doing this? But of course he realized there was no way the newbie would be able to tell him. Never mind, you can go. Ashi gestured toward the main road. The boy was quick to run off. Ashi waited until the boy was gone before turning back to the others. Yeah, we're gonna whoop their asses. Let's go. Just assuming know you're going around collecting dues like this, he asked. Man, we don't gotta tell you that. One of them, we read all this. Not since you deserted. What'd you just say? Ashi leaned in close, getting right in the guy's face. He was met a defiant sneer. This is also incorrect. I have to make an adjustment. This is making me crazy. There we go. This ain't the old SOS anymore. Not the old SOS. Ashi thought back to the other gang member he'd run into earlier with a malicious gleam in his eyes. Oh. That guy. Oh boy. Pretty sure he said his name was Kiryu. Okay, I think we're safe now. Um, Sorry, Sunday is a weird day in the Sparkly Kiss household. Everybody wants to coordinate stuff. Why do you all message me at night? I don't understand. 1 second. Is the game audio kind of low for any of y'all? It seemed balanced just now, but now I'm thinking it's probably quiet. And I'm stressed about it. Now I can't tell. I don't know. I'm extra hard of hearing today. This is a neuro-spicy as hell day for me. Seems fine to you? Okay. That's all the validation I need. Thank you. Oh, just a titch quite, but not concerningly so. Let's do this. I wish this game, I well and truly wish this game had like audio settings in it, but it doesn't. And that's, it's irritating. Anyways, pretty sure his name was Kiryu. Back when Nashi had been with SOS, he never let a guy like that get away with acting all high and mighty. Sometimes it gets deliberately really quiet and all I can hear is like a very slight whoosh type of thing. I can't describe it, you know? But this one is supposed to be loud. But yeah, it's hard to tell. I really wish they had audio settings in this game. Ugh. Oh well. You can hear the music at least? Yeah. The music's really loud sometimes. It's meh. All these young fellas rather follow suit, eager to take them down a peg. Your old news, pal. Ain't your business to tell us how to do things. Ashi felt a confusing flood of anger and sadness that he couldn't quite control. I'm not messing around here, you guys. He grabbed the nearest punk by the collar and hefted him up into the air. Oh, we gonna whoop some ass. Okay. Then someone shouted from behind him. Hey, what are you doing? Oh. Ashi put the guy down and turned around to see Susumu standing there. Oh, shit! Former best friend and second in command, now in charge of the band. Mind telling me just what's going on here, Ashi? Susumu flashed his underlings a sharp glare. They immediately took to their heels. Ashi wasn't about to just let them go. He raced after them. Just what the hell's going on with SOS? Yeah, we need to talk. If we run after them, I think that's what gets us hit by the taxi. And we can't get hit by the taxi, so we're just gonna talk. Just what the hell's going on with SOS? Ashi needed to talk to Susumu. I asked what was going on here. There was a threatening note in Susumu's voice. That's what I want to know. What the hell's happened to SOS, man? Oh? Susumu's face twisted with displeasure. You're an outsider now. This is none of your business. Oh, shit. They're tasty? Hell yeah. I don't give a damn if it's my business or not. When I left you in charge of SOS, You shut your damn mouth, Susumu roared. Oh, they should kiss. Yeah, that's right. You left me in charge. Don't you dare give me any lip about how I run things. Oh. They're gonna kiss. His sudden ferocity left Ashi at a loss for words. You're not the one busting your ass out here. I am. Susumu stalked toward Ashi, his face red with emotion. Oh, yeah. I've had to work so hard to keep things going with you gone. Do you have any idea what it's been like? Oh. Do you know what I've had to put myself through to keep SOS together? Baby, just let it disband. Let it disband. At that point, there was nothing Ashi could say to that. Oh, boy. He just kept his mouth shut and let Susumu talk. You were gone. I thought maybe I could do things like you did. They're in love. All at once, Susumu seemed to deflate a little. He hung his head, hiding his face. Stop! Look at them! Look at them! Why is this making me emotional? This is goofy. I have a lot of feelings right now. Maybe I'm dehydrated, but in like the actual physical way. Maybe. And if I couldn't be like you, then hey man, I get it, and I'm sorry. But Susumu kept his face averted. Please, he muttered. Stay out of our business. Oh, he's so sad. Also, his jacket is fucking fire, and I'm kind of into these jean pockets. Then he turned on his heel and headed off without looking back. Ashi watched him leave, feeling a painful sting. Oh, that was his bestie. Poor besties. Ashi, Hitomi asked after Susumu was gone. Are you sure you're okay leaving things like this? Ashi shrugged heavily. Susumu said he's done with doing what he can. It's not my place to butt in. Oh. Infighting and power. Yeah, there's his second in command got really cocky, and now they're all infighting because instead of defending Shibuya, they want to be a typical gang. Because Kiryu was like, fuck it, let's bust some heads and get free money. Woo! That's kind of what happened. And it's because Susumu let the wrong people into the group. It was never supposed to be that. Because Ashi already said Kiryu's the type of guy I would never let in, and Susumu just let in the wrong people. And so that's what happened, and that's really sad. It's not my place to butt in. He turned his back on Hitomi. He still needed a moment. Ashi, you're being unreasonable. About what? He felt like he'd been wounded to his very core and he wasn't sure what to do about it. You want to help people who are in trouble, right? Hitomi asked quietly. Yeah, I guess. Ashi's voice was glum. Well, I'm in a whole lot of trouble right now. Yeah, I know that. No, Ashi, you don't. Hitomi's tone was clipped and firm. Please, go to your sister. What are you talking about? That doesn't matter now. Yes, it does. Hitomi's shout stopped him in his tracks. Ashi, right now, the thing I'm having the most trouble with is that you won't go to the hospital. Don't you get it? How can I possibly be happy with you helping me if you have to sacrifice your own sister to do it? Get his ass. I mean, Ashi does kind of know that. He doesn't know how to help because he's already left the group and everyone feels abandoned. And instead of admitting the boys have hurt feelings, they're just extra macho. Like, he knows Kiryu is Susumu's second in command at SOS. And it was like, well, that's not what I thought it was going to be. He just probably didn't know the extent of how bad it was until he saw Susumu just now and how heartbroken he was. That's how I understand it. Because they used to be the studs of Shibuya who defend Shibuya. And yeah, that's a bummer. I feel kind of bad for Ashi. He's got such a miserable life. I kind of get mad that his dad doesn't like him as much either. I think that's my biggest beef as I look through my notes. His dad's like, calm down, father. You have to sacrifice your own sister to do it. Yeah. Ashi couldn't answer that and he knew it. Please, go to the hospital. I'm asking you and I'm definitely someone in trouble, so it doesn't count as breaking your promise, right? I appreciate that, Ashi said softly. When this is all done, we have to go to the hospital. Oh my god, if we don't go, his sister's gonna die. We have to go. It gives her plot armor. So yeah, how about we drop by the hospital for a bit? The emotions Ashi had been trying to hide now came welling to the surface. Well, we'll go see Susan, and after that we can go look for your sister. Would that be okay with you? That would be more than okay with me. And at long last, Hitomi smiled at him. This has been a day, and I know she didn't eat that parfait. I know my girl's hungry. Back in sync with each other, Ashi and Hitomi headed to the hospital. Shibuya Central Hospital was one of the foremost general hospitals in Japan, outfitted with top-notch medical facilities and staffed by highly skilled personnel. I'm gonna crank the audio up really loud so you can hear the background stuff that I'm hearing. I'm not sure if you hear it. And that's the majority of the audio in this game. And it's hard to tell if y'all hear it or not because it makes my mixer like shit the bed sometimes. I don't know, it's really trippy. Yeah, she may be too anxious to eat or be hungry. Yeah, it's really quiet, but if I turn it up to that volume, you're gonna get blasted by the music. Yeah, it's super, the majority of the audio is this. It's really, really fucking quiet. But if I turn this up, like I said, and let me go, apologies for your ears. I don't think you'll hear me over the music. Like this makes my mixer shit. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's not my favorite. I'm on headphones and this is why it's so... Yeah, the audio balance in this game is annoying because I constantly hear that little sound that I just showed you all. And sometimes you hear a bird chirp or like a murmur of people. Very rarely you'll hear a footstep, but the footsteps make my mixer go all the way up to like the red sometimes. It's weird. I know I've been streaming this game for like 30 hours, but every time I look at the audio mixer for it, it makes my head hurt. It's yeah. Yeah, the one thing I wish we could fix with this game. But at least you get to hear the songs. But yeah. God, Dindin was tasty. I'm happy we have leftovers. Fuck yeah. If only Hitomi would eat them. I know she's anxious, but I'm really stressed about her like passing out of exhaustion. It's my main worry about the characters in this game. But yeah, surprise, there's audio in this. And it's weird because sometimes the weird wind sounds I'm hearing just disappear on me right in the middle while I'm like sitting on the screen like this. It's so bizarre. The one thing I wish they would fix. Top-notch medical facilities staffed by highly skilled personnel. Individuals like Susan with rare blood types were sent to the hospital from far and wide because of the cutting-edge hematology center. Tell me more. Hematology centers are the hospital division that deals with blood. Its goal is to provide high-end care to patients with blood disorders, including blood screening, treatments, transfusions, the management and supply of blood products, and other related services. Wow. Ashi asked Hitomi to stay in the waiting area while he headed into the hospital proper. From the visitor's entrance, he passed by the nurse's station, then entered the cardiovascular medicine section and walked along a row of examination rooms. What's the cardiovascular medicine? That is the cardiovascular system. Includes the heart as well as various blood vessels that circulate blood throughout the body. The medicine deals with heart and blood issues such as... I've said this word before, but I cannot remember. No one tell me. It's fine. Angina, heart attacks, heart failure, irregular pulse, and the like. Yep. Bought a new pair of earbuds after catching up on a VOD because you were like, what is this creepy audio? It was the Easter egg, and I was like not hearing it unless I turn the volume all the way up. Maybe time for new earbuds. Interesting. Okay, that makes sense because it was loud as shit for me. And like I have my audio set to monitor, and usually I sound loud and clear, and the audio sounds good to me, but I guess it's not showing. It really makes my mixer shit the bed. I don't know. But I can't turn it up or else you'll go deaf. So that's fine. I'll just look bonkers. The Easter egg bonus part just had like a lot of breathing sounds with some like faint little twing, twing, like I can't describe them, like high pitched dings. They freaked me out. It made me deeply uncomfortable. Yeah. Oops. I did try to watch someone else who was playing this, and they also had issues, based on what I was watching, and I was like, it's a little, but whatever. Now we all know, and I'm not crazy, anyways. That's my least favorite part, is trying to figure out audio stuff, because I just thought I was having a processing day. Bad one, but... See what I mean? Very subtle footsteps. And there's like a louder background noise. But still fucking quiet. Still quiet. It's all good. The pair I had for my laptop crapped out, so the old desktop ones are now my laptop spare. Oh, timing. You're welcome. He walked by the first room as quietly as possible, catching sight of a mother and daughter sitting together in chairs in the hallway. Obsessed with my Pinterest character boards. I love a good character board. Hell yeah, pirate. The mother was crying softly. Heard something like a door opening very... Yeah, it's real quiet. Yeah, here. You know what? I'm going to crank this up, and then I'll turn it back down. You hear like squeaky shoes skid on the floor and very small coughs. It's wild. But if I turn it up, again, you won't hear me, and the music will blast you. It's wild. That's part of the reason why when the scenes that scare me, the scenes that scare me really fucking scare me, because I'll be hearing crazy shit. I'm sorry y'all are missing out. It's just, it's not productive for me to keep yo-yoing it back and forth, unfortunately. I need to get one of those like mixers for my desk where I can just turn a knob in front of me. One of these days. That's a stream goal for me. I just haven't set it up or found one that I like. But anyways, we'll figure out that stuff when we get to it. Because audio stuff stresses me out. But yeah. The mother was crying softly. Oh, Takua, he's only 15, she murmured under her breath. Oh shit. Have we heard that name yet? He's only 15. Transferring my character sheets to my journal. Fuck yeah. Okay, this is a new name. After glancing at my notes, we don't know this person. The name Takia didn't ring a bell. Yeah, no, sure didn't. Didn't have it in my notes. It was the only 15 that got a reaction out of Ashi. Only 15. He couldn't imagine anything good coming after that. To be cruelly taken away when one was still so young. Ashi could feel the woman's pain as deeply as if it were his own. I'm just gonna write Takuya. His note, only 15. When he reached Suzune's room, Dr. Saike, the attending physician, explained her condition. Saike? Seiki? Saki? Seiki? Seiki. I'm going to go with Seiki. The doctor did his best to keep his explanation simple, but Ashi was too worked up to process much of what he said. He did manage to wrap his head around a few things. At 10 oh, shit. Okay, now I'm stressed. At around 10 o'clock that morning, Suzune had a seizure. For a while, it had been touch and go, but finally her condition has stabilized. Oh, God. However, since she hadn't regained consciousness yet, she wasn't allowed any visitors. That was the gist as far as Ashi could tell. Oh, this is, Oh, boy. What's your father doing today? He still hasn't come by, Dr. Seiki said. Ashi wasn't sure what to tell him. It was certainly odd. Oh boy. There was no way his father wouldn't have rushed right to the hospital if he'd heard Suzune had taken a turn for the worse. I'll give you a call once she's woken up. For now, you can head on home for the day. Alright. Please keep a close eye on her, doctor. Somberly, Ashi went to find Hitomi in the waiting area. Good fucking goddamn. Outpatient reception had closed for the day, leaving the hospital quiet. His footsteps echoed softly in the corridors. Then as he walked along, a peculiar sound drew his attention. Oh no. It had come from over by the base of a nearby stairwell. Oh God. Yeah. This is the most wild, scariest day ever. Yes! Ashi took a peek around the corner. Yeah, see, sometimes the shuffling around is a little loud. It's so weird. The audio mixing on this is weird. Stanley? Kate? Oh, shit. The sight that greeted him nearly made him gasp aloud. I would have screamed. I scream. I'm like Ginger on True Blood. Again, I've been watching a lot of True Blood. We have one season left, me and my partner. But this be, I would have been like, oh, shit! Like the moment I turned the corner, and I've been running. I'd leave. Goodbye. In the dim light up ahead, he saw Kanan, and she had some white guy pressed against the wall, a knife to his throat. Actually, that's how we all trying to be, right? I'm kidding. For legal reasons, this is a joke. Also, hang on. Can we go back and talk about Stanley's shadow? Hold on. Fuck me. I can't jump back here. The shadow his face was casting broke me. Hang on. We're gonna close our eyes for everything that's said here because it's very sad and it's very tragic and it makes me feel a lot of things. Seizures are no joke. Can you hear me? Slamming on the space bar. I feel like it's so loud. I need a new keyboard anyways though. This one's not great. This one was $9 on Amazon. I hate the way it feels. I'm sorry. I'm whiny today. Haven't had enough water. Jesus, this is so fucking tragic. I understand why they don't say that over the phone, but I wish this wasn't so traumatic. Yeah, I'll drink my water, pirate. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Why do all hospitals look like this? Like, this is so spooky to me. And then you kind of turn the corner and they got some weird carpet on the walls and a weird blue-green paint. And they're like, welcome to the fancy waiting room. And then you turn the corner, it looks like this again. All hospitals. Okay, I'm sorry. I need everyone to look at Jack Stanley's fucking shadow on the left. Does that not look like an Elite Beat Agents character? ISO thing? No, I genuinely think all hospitals just have the same sad tiles. The middle guard, they all look like this. But I just can't get over it. He looks like an Elite Beat Agents character with that shadow he's casting. They're very sharp. He also kind of looks like the old Crescent Moon guy. Oh, fuck, what's his name? What? Mac Tonight. Something about his shadow looks like Mac Tonight. There you go. You can look at that page. That's what he looks like to me. Shadow. Sorry. It brought me a brief moment of joy. Even his chin's kind of pointy. Like, his nose is longer than that in the shadow, but his chin be sticking out a bit too. That's Mac Tonight, but in his human form. I'll Mac your night. Hell yeah. Meet you under the double golden arches, baby. It's a wild silhouette. It's wild! Time for dinner. Yep. Instead of Jack Stanley, Mac Stanley. Cool. Alright, now that we see it, I feel better. Dim light up ahead. Kanan. Asha quickly yanked his head back out of view. Could it be? Was this the man Kanan said she was after? She's like 15, 16, because she's younger than the twins, right? And the twins are 19. Ashi is 18. This is like a high school sophomore fighting the fucking American embassy. I love it. Ashi had to resist the urge to go charging out there. Some amateur heading into half-cocked might well be more of a liability to Kanan than any sort of help. He heard her mutter something to the man in English. We know nothing about Alphard's background, nationality, sex, age. Ashi could just barely make out the words, but since it was all in English, he had no idea what they meant. Oh no, Ashi! But we do know that whoever they are, they have connections to Langley. Langley, slang for the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, aka the CIA, headquartered in Langley, Virginia, similar to referencing the Japanese government as Nagatasho. Nagatasho? The CIA has other nicknames including the company, the agency, the second government, the invisible government, and the coup makers. Hold on, I'm gonna write down the name of the, because I know Langley, but I don't know the Japanese government one, just in case that comes up later. Nagatasho. Whew, okay. Yeah, no, sadly accurate one. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Ashi peeked out again, very cautiously in time to see the man raise an eyebrow at Kanan's words. Interesting. That doesn't mean you need to threaten me at knife point, though. He flashed her a thin smile. It does, actually, because I happen to know that you're a CIA agent. Yep. Technically known as officers, the CIA refers to its own spies as agents. Someone in charge of... Yeah, no, we all said he was CIA or something. He was keeping secrets. I mean, look at him. You could also say he was the Men in Black. But he had a blue tie. That's the only thing he swapped that's different. I still can't get over his signature on his ID card saying John Hancock. I'm really stuck on the John Hancock. I'm sorry. I'm haunted by it. They didn't even like edit it or have him like sign a fake one as Jack Stanley. It said Jack Stanley signed by John Hancock. I'm still stuck on that. I'm sorry. I'm haunted. I know that was a detail I probably wasn't supposed to pick up on, but it lives in my mind. Someone in charge of directing agents is called a case officer. Case officers are stationed at embassies across the world in the public guise of diplomats, soldiers, and the like. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, them agents, they love to double. Oh, did he throw her? I'm sorry. He threw her against the wall. Whoops. Oh my God, Olivia, please. I'm so sorry. She is upset. No sooner were Kanan's words out than the man grabbed her and tried to hurl her against the wall. Just before her head connected, though, she jackknifed her upper body forward, then planted both feet against the wall and kicked off with tremendous force. What the fuck? Give me the video. Oh! I love the idea of this man being bested by, what, a 15, 16-year-old girl, though? Kick his ass. She used her momentum to launch herself forward, gaining her position with her knife against the man's throat. Ah! But during his brief opening, the man had managed to draw a gun from inside his jacket. Now the barrel was pressed right against Kanan's heart. Why the fuck y'all both at the hospital? Why are you here? Ashi swallowed the lump in his throat. How about we call a truce, Kanan says. So why are they... I'm mystified right now. She withdrew her knife. Yeah, sounds like you and me both are after the same thing. The man likewise lowered his gun. With a faint smile, Kanan turned her back on him and vanished down the adjacent stairwell. Ashi had no idea what had just happened. They'd stopped fighting though, so this guy probably wasn't Kanan's mastermind after all. Ashi, you didn't understand anything you witnessed. Oh no, if only Ashi spoke a little English, he might have been able to follow their conversation. He found himself wishing he'd taken school more seriously. Ashi! I wish we got to see her do the flip though right before the standoff. And just kick off the wall, that'd been great. When he looked again, he saw that the man too had disappeared. Oh my god. Oh shoot. You not believe what I just saw. She probably knows English and could have translated. Oh, Ashi, yeah. Tomi stood up from her chair as Ashi hurried into the waiting area. This is so bad. How's Suzune? She asked. Oh. For now, she's not in any immediate danger, they said. That's good to hear. But more importantly, your sister had a seizure, dude! Kanan was here just now. What? Why? You can't... More importantly, I know that's important, but like, I know he doesn't want to stress out Hitomi by telling her the details of what is going on with his sister. But I think by withholding and that she's been unconscious all day and can't even have visitors, she gonna be pissed at you because I'm pissed at you. I'm mad at you, brother. Ugh. I'm not sure. I'm not smart enough to figure that out. Ashi slumped his shoulders. Oh. Huh, what? I'm not quite sure what you mean. Exactly. I couldn't understand anything she was saying. Hell, he couldn't even figure out how to get through to Hitomi. Just say they spoke English and you didn't. Baby, that's all you had to say. She was talking to a white man. Done. Like, Ashi. May I have a moment? A voice spoke unexpectedly from behind Ashi. Oh! You could have warned her. I'm losing my mind. Losing it. His breath caught in his throat as he turned around. Standing there was the man Kanan had been struggling with, and he's speaking perfect Japanese. What's up? Ashi asked. He tried to sound as nonchalant as possible. But the man wasn't looking at Ashi. You're Hitomi Osawa, is that right? I'm losing my mind. Ah, yes. Hey, Ashi snapped. Keep your distance. He stepped protectively in front of Hitomi. This guy, he's not what he looks like. Oh, Jesus. Ashi clenched his fist and adopted a defensive posture. Not in the waiting room of the hospital. Huh? Hitomi seemed panicked. Ashi said, this might be the person Kanan was warning us about. I don't know who he is, but he's not our friend. I don't want to drop knowing Kanan's name. But you know what? Let's just say the white guy's not our friend. I feel like that is a reasonable answer. I don't know who he is, but he's not our friend. The man calmly reached into his jacket pocket. Fearing he might be about to draw his gun, Ashi braced for action. Are we going to see his ID that says John Hancock again? We are! Look at it! Not me bringing it up and us getting to see it again. Like... Also, seeing this man without his glasses really fucks me up. Like, I don't know who that is. Who is this man with the crooked widow's peak? I don't fucking know him. My name is Jack Stanley. I'm a security assistance officer with the U.S. Embassy, and I can't spell my own goddamn name. I'm mad. Ashi held back his punch as the man held out his ID card. Fucking, here it is again. I can't. I'm obsessed with it because I hate it so much. Diplomats are issued diplomatic passports and diplomatic ID cards by their home governments. Jaman's Ministry. That's what I was trying to say. Jaman's Ministry. Japan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs also issues its own form of diplomatic identification card. The CIA provides such identification to its operatives working overseas to help maintain their false identities. This is a Nancy Drew game. Embassy? What does someone from the U.S. Embassy want with me? Hitomi asked timidly. You're being targeted by a dangerous criminal. I'm here to take you into protective custody. Custody? Ashi's temper flared. Buzz off, pal. We're busy here. Busy searching for Maria Osawa? Stanley asked. Sir? Beans, peas, Parmesan, and risotto. Okay. Yeah, I have no idea how long I'm going for, but I hope you have a lovely dinner with the folks. That sounds nice. Later, Pharaoh. Also, he's speaking way too candidly about Maria right now. I'm a little fucked up by it. I will not lie to you. Jack Stanley makes me so mad. I want to fist fight him in a parking lot. Ashi and Hitomi exchanged glances. Oh, boy. I know the full details of the trouble you currently find yourselves in. Well, all right then, Ashi said. Then you should know we don't have time to get taken into custody. That's right! That's right! That's right, Ashi! You ain't got time to be taken. That's my boy. I'm afraid you don't understand the situation we're dealing with. We're up against a dangerous international criminal here. Taking reckless action is only going to put her life in danger. Buzz off. Don't be a fool. This is no time to play the knight in shining armor. That's because we're the mean clean. We're the knight in recyclable armor. Sustainable. Hey, Ashi was infuriated, but he couldn't think of a comeback. After all, it was true that Hitomi had run into danger time and again while she was with him. That's not your fault. But I'm already safe, Hitomi insisted. I'm only here right now because Ashi has been protecting me. She eyed Stanley sharply. Good, good, good. I've got Ashi with me. I don't need your protection. Yeah, get the fuck away. Ashi felt a surge of pride that practically brought tears to his eyes. If Hitomi would have let him, he'd have given her an enormous hug. Aww. Stanley grimaced in resignation. Yeah, better. All right. In that case, how about I join your search for Maria? Don't get next to me. I can help keep you safe that way instead. No. I don't know. Hitomi grabbed hold of Ashi's sleeve. This Stanley fellow didn't have the most trustworthy face, Ashi thought. Mm-hmm. But he realized that he might be biased after being chased around by foreigners all day. Okay. I don't like Jack Stanley, so I wouldn't want to hang out with him. I can't look at this man. Something about him makes me so uncomfy. After all, if this guy really were after Hitomi, he'd probably have already made a show of force. Not only did he have a gun on him, he was sufficiently skilled in martial arts to hold his own against Kanan. He'd have no trouble taking down a single unarmed opponent like Ashi. Oh no. Hitomi, I get the impression the Stanley guy's not our enemy right now. Hitomi gave a slight nod. Alright. I trust your judgment on this, Ashi. Oh, can't tell him no. Can't tell him to fuck off. Now then, what's the plan from here? Stanley asked. God damn it. Not wandering aimlessly around town, I hope? There was a trace of snideness in his voice. Hello? Huh? I don't like this. He got an attitude. We just agreed to hang out with you and you gotta have an attitude? I hate this man. You can just keep your mouth shut, Ashi replied. That's right. We can wander around town all day if we feel like it. Two can play the snarky game, he thought to himself. Poor Hitomi looked distressed. Very well, if that's what you want, I can stay quiet. But first, I need to inform the police that I have Miss Osawa in my custody. Wait, hold on, Hitomi blurted. That isn't a good idea. Stanley inclined his head. Why's that? Well, since you already seem to know most of the story, Hitomi quickly explained the kidnapper's threat and described the search for the minivan. Stanley remained quiet, listening with obvious interest. Oh, God. I see, he said, when she'd finished. Still, when that minivan exploded, didn't that make your promise to the kidnappers a moot point? Hitomi nodded. I suppose it did, didn't it? Let me ask just one more question. Do either of you know a detective by the name of Tateno? You cannot report her because Tateno's gonna know. And I feel like you're gonna kill him, Jack Stanley. You're gonna kill him. No! I'm so stressed. No. We haven't run into any detectives. Yeah, exactly. The only folks we seem to run into are guys who are after Hitomi. I see. That is your way of telling him indirectly all he needs to know. Him and Tateno are going to have a fight, and I don't want to see it. A grim expression crossed Stanley's face. Right. I'm going to get in touch with the investigation task force. I'll have them contact your parents for you. Would you mind speaking with them so they can confirm it's really you? Sure, all right, Hitomi said. Stanley got on his wireless and described their current circumstances to the police. God damn it. God damn it. This is so messy. Oh, Mr. Endo, hold on. Suddenly, there's a development with his sister. Dr. Seiki appeared, running down the hallway. There's something I forgot to tell you regarding your father. Oh? Ashi got a sinking feeling. I got a call from him yesterday afternoon, and he asked me something rather odd. Oh, no. Oh. This is worse. Preparations for a transplant? Oh my god, is your dad gonna sacrifice himself for baby sis? I'm sorry, I'm not entirely sure I understand what you're asking. Seiki clutched the receiver. Daisuke Endo's brooding tone was more than a little disturbing. This is too much. My stomach is in knots. No, it's alright, Endo said. This is all just difficult to talk about, Doctor. Please, forget I said anything. There's just one important thing I wanted to let you know. Yes? There's going to be a brain-dead woman coming your way at probably around 9 o'clock this evening, I expect. Hello? This is worse! There's going to be a brain-dead woman coming your way at probably around 9 o'clock this evening, I expect. Her blood type is Bombay. Bombay was the extremely rare blood type that Endo's daughter Suzune possessed. Any transplant donor for Suzune would also need to have the Bombay blood type. Oh? Did you? And this happened yesterday. And he said this evening, so this happened last night. Since she has the same blood type as Suzune, the transplant itself isn't an issue, Endo continued. The only thing I'm concerned about is whether the procedure can be done within the limited time window. I hate to trouble you, but I just called because I think it would be best to prepare for the surgery as soon as possible. Unless you're shopping around at other hospitals, how you know this? If he's working with the terrorists, could you imagine them using the cameras? Because the whole thing about Alphard's methods as a terrorist is he does the perfectly imperfect and has gaps in his plan that are planned gaps to make it harder to what if he's had access to the cameras this whole time? That would be bonkers. Because that's the best thing Daisuke Endo has to offer is complete surveillance of all of Shibuya. That's oof. The more Seiki heard, the more disturbed he grew. It felt like he was listening to this man go on about some strange delusion. Doctor, please, just take good care of Suzune. Oh boy. With that, Endo hung up. Ashi kept quiet as he listened to Dr. Seiki tell his story. Of course, that was yesterday, and I still haven't heard anything about a brain-dead girl turning up. After all, only God would know when someone would wind up in a state of brain death. But still, there was just something very strange about what your father said. As if he was certain that someone was going to wind up brain dead or... Just stop right there, Ashi exclaimed. Stanley and Hitomi turned in surprise. They were still in the middle of their wireless call to the police. Don't get me wrong, the doctor said hastily. I'm not trying to imply that your father would hurt anyone. Why are we having this out in the open lobby for everyone to hear? Okay, is he working with the terrorists or the detective though, or both? I believe everyone has access to the cameras on the terrorist and the detective side, if this is the case. Like, the surveillance cameras were installed for the police initially, and a part of the neighborhood watch program that Endo was running. But I don't doubt that the criminal terrorist org has figured a way to use them with or without Endo's permission. Because their comms are just so excellent, they have to have eyes on each other at all times. They have to. They, in a way, they don't. And maybe they're letting us not be caught. You know? I don't trust it. I'm so sus of everything right now. I'm not trying to imply that your father would hurt anyone. What I'm worried about is your father's mental state. And no, Ashi interrupted him again. That's not it. His own words from earlier spun within his head. So long as we have these cameras, this guy has nowhere to run. Oh, God. The security cameras. I'm sure this is the place. And you don't know that that's a detective. The man with the cane. He'd been on the phone with someone. That didn't mean anything. It was just a coincidence. Nope, your dad's working with him and you think he's a terrorist. So that kind of makes what me and Pirate saying kind of true. Even though you misunderstand who Tatedo is. Could be true. Ashi searched desperately for some other explanation. And Sparkly drank some water because their mouth feels weird. That was it. Anyone from downtown committee could have used the camera monitoring room. Yeah, no one's been by to check today. Oof. Nothing wrong with a little nap, yeah? Which means they were at your dad's cameras. Oh my God. No dice. No one from downtown had been by the surveillance room today. Oh boy. Couldn't be. Couldn't be. It couldn't, yeah. Ashi began to tremble. Yeah. Is something the matter? Hitomi asked. Ashi, you're pale as a ghost. Ashi gazed beseechingly back into her face. Oh my God. I feel this kid's going through it. With just one simple question, he could clear this whole thing up. Please tell me I'm overthinking this. He prayed inwardly before asking. Hitomi, would you mind telling me your blood type? Why do you ask? Please, just tell me. Oh no. I have a sort of weird blood type, Hitomi said. It's called Bombay. Goodbye! Your dad was going to make your girlfriend brain dead. What the fuck? This got real dark real fast. I need some levity. I need a nice goofy moment. This got really dark. What the fuck? Last piece of the puzzle fell into place. There was no longer any room for doubt. Ashi found himself facing a sad and painful truth. Can she be a living donor of just some blood, dude? Like, why? Why? With an anguished scream, Ashi punched the wall as hard as he could. But his fist still didn't hurt as much as his heart. Bitch, what? Dad, why? That's the letter of the fucking day. Why? What the fuck? That's right, to be continued? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. His hour just zoomed by. That was tragic. Holy fuck. Oh my God. What the fuck? Oh, and his shit, it ends early. Oh God. He sure don't. Oh shoot, okay, so I guess it didn't truly save where we left off. God damn it. I understand desperation makes you do crazy things, but God, dude, right? Right? Oh my God. I just gotta hammer this button until we get to the taxi. That's dog shit, man. That's dog shit. Wow. And he doesn't go for the full hour. Which means he's probably having a bit of a meltdown when we go to meet them again at the top of the next hour. Based on how this flowchart works. That's great. I'm gonna vomit. You know what? We're gonna hang out with our boyfriend Kimazuka. That's the boyfriend for all of us. Cause he's like high key kind of perfect. I love him. All politeness as he opened the back door. I'm glad you're all politeness with the back. I'm sorry. I couldn't even finish that thought. I'm sorry. I love him so much, right? He's great. If you're heading to the publishing office, I can get you there in 10 minutes. Smooth as always. We read all this. Like, I'm in love with him. Yeah, he's great. He's great. Like, I don't know. He kind of makes me like, hi. Like, it's so dumb. I feel goofy. The characters I've become infatuated with in this game don't make any sense. It's ridiculous. I'm obsessed with him. It's also just got really hot in my apartment. Is the air on? You look tired, sir. Yeah, I guess so. His reply was barely audible. Okay, so this is what we had to do to get to the publishing office. The taxi stopped outside of Heaven Publishing, and Sparkly ran away really quick to see if the AC was on, because it's suddenly, like, stupid hot in here. 1 second. I'll talk to you while I run down the hallway. I'm not sure how effective this is, or if I'm very loud, but we'll see, because I find this kind of funny. Wow, would you believe it? It was 81 degrees in this apartment? What the fuck? When did it get so hot? It's fake fall. Welcome to fake fall in the Midwest. 81 degrees in this goddamn place. Holy fuck. I fixed it. God. No wonder I feel like I'm like kind of melting and I'm a little delirious. I was like, why is it so hot? Now we know. It's not just because the taxi driver's here. It's because I'm melting. Holy shit. I'm not sure how far you heard me down the hallway, but the idea of it made me laugh, so I feel a little bit better, even though I'm sweating to death. Okay. The taxi stopped outside of Heaven Publishing. Norikawa left a 1,000 yen bill on the seat and exited the cab. He was stumbling his way toward the building when someone called out to him. Mr. Norikawa, It's Osawa! He left the house! Oh, you can kind of hear me, but also not. Okay. I had fun. 81 degrees in this house. It's Osawa! He looks different now that he's got some color in his face. Because any scene we see him inside his home is so sapped of vibrance. It's really fucking trippy. He kind of cute. Don't judge me. Don't judge me. Look at him right there. Okay? Like, shut up. Leave me alone. Sometimes we make mistakes. And mine was admitting that. For a moment, Minorikawa didn't recognize the man now idling his sedan at the curb. But when he took a closer look, he realized it was Kenji Osawa. Oh, Mr. Osawa, sorry, but I haven't been able to look into that thing you asked about yet. I see. That's quite all right. Osawa looked pale and haggard. This is the least pale he's looked. Sorry. Minorikawa's reporter sense started tingling. See, this is a part of the game that's dead silent. And then plays the music. See? It's so loud. This guy is the key to something. He recalled what he heard the detective and his buddy talking about back at the scene of the explosion. Roughly 8 hours ago, they infected Maria Osawa with the UA virus. If we don't administer Kenji Osawa's antiviral before she develops symptoms... You're caught up in something big, aren't you? How do you know that? Because, the reporter said simply, I'm Minoru Minorikawa. Osawa rolled his eyes. I love him. Well, that'll make this simpler, I guess. Get in. I'll tell you everything. Oh, you got your writing to finish. Minorikawa hesitated. This might be his big chance to land a beyond incredible scoop. Yet it felt like it was too late to matter. Still landing a major story, selling out an issue of 4-star general gossip, and putting Heaven Publishing on the road to solvency. All that was the least he could do in Toyama's memory. You don't drop a story until you have what you need. Maybe it was too late to save Toyama. But Minorikawa got in the car. Fuck! Oh, see, now he looks very different. I'm back off the train. Osawa's tale was beyond anything Minorikawa had imagined. You have to write this no matter what, right? So, they send you threatening emails, devise a plan to kidnap your daughter in order to get to the antiviral, and now that that's failed, they're turning to bioterrorism. This is, right? This shit is too wild, right? To not write about it. I agree, but I really wish... You're fine. You're fine. I just wish that we had... I just deeply wish that we had finished the thing for Toyama, because it was like, it was almost done. It's making me crazy. Finally, Minorikawa was able to flesh out the story behind the conversation he'd overheard earlier. And as he did, he could feel a growing sense of exhilaration. So basically, they're now effectively holding all the people in Shibuya hostage and demanding the antiviral. Is that it? Before Osawa could answer, a new idea occurred to Minorikawa. Wait. Hold on. Why didn't they just start by holding the whole city hostage? Why do they need to go through all the trouble of kidnapping your daughter? I don't know, Osawa said, shaking his head. Perhaps they wanted the ransom money? For a mere 50 million yen? I can't imagine international terrorists bothering for that much. You can't know how terrorists think, Osawa spat. Let's just assume, though. Could there be some other reason they abducted your daughter? Oh boy. This shit's personal, baby. I like the fact that I think this is our first time we've had two characters that we can play as hang out together for a significant amount of time. And this is going to be a significant amount of time. So I'm wondering if this might condense how many stories we play in the next go around. I'm a little curious. Osawa didn't reply. He was probably too preoccupied with finding a way to save his infected daughter to think about anything else. Still, something about the course of events didn't quite add up to Minorikawa. Oh boy. But whatever the case, if the criminals were after this antiviral, then sticking with Osawa ought to bring him closer to the truth. Minorikawa was still mulling that over when they arrived at the laboratory. I don't know why I said it that way. Oh shit. The two men hopped out of the car and were immediately rushed by a pair of security guards who subdued them in a matter of moments. Hey, Minorikawa protested. What the hell is this? Unhand me, Osawa yelled. I'm Kenji Osawa. This is my lab. But evidently that didn't matter to the guards. Bad end. Is that that's your father-in-law? Another man emerged from the building. He and Osawa exchanged a few brief words. Judging from the tone of the conversation, this was someone who outranked Osawa at the company. Take him away. Oh no. No, we're so fucked, dude. We're so fucked. This is, fuck, what's his name? I wrote it down. This is Ai's father, Suguru Makino. This is Suguru Makino. This is Makino. Jesus Christ. And he's so intense. I feel like he can actually see me. You ever just like see a picture of someone and you're like, oh, you're looking at me through this photo. Your eyeballs are real. Like, that's how this picture feels to me right now, and I'm deeply uncomfortable. As the newcomer looked on, the guards dragged Osawa into the building. Oh, no. Hey, Minorikawa shouted at the man as he began to walk away. Don't you know what's going to happen to Shibuya? Don't you care? If you just stand by and let the people of this city die, Okoshi Pharmaceutical is going to be held responsible. The man stopped in his tracks. And if that happens, you'll be ruined personally too, Minorikawa added. You know I'm right. Oh. That will be up for the police to decide. Oh my god. You're gonna regret this. Don't be a fool. Minorikawa's resolve was unwavering. His pen would mete out justice. Oh my god. Met out, whatever. He might have come close to forgetting what he'd once stood for. I know what that means, I just can't say it for some reason. But for now, the old fire was back. Oh, hell yeah. I see. It seems this isn't something to leave unchecked. Oh, they're gonna kill you. The man gestured with his jaw. Take him as well. Oh! Perhaps we should have stayed quiet. Perhaps we should have shut the fuck up. More security guards surrounded Minorikawa. Oh boy. Hey, stop it. Let me go. But though he struggled fiercely, there was no escape. Once he was dragged through those laboratory doors, Minorikawa never wrote another article again. Yep, they broke your hands and they killed you. And the words bad end descend from the sky in a little bit of sparkle. Detained at the lab. Oh boy. Minorikawa accompanied Osawa to the lab, but there was no getting past the security guards, and even if Osawa can't get into his own lab, there's no real reason to go there. It's Osawa who needs to decide on a different course of action here. Oh boy. How much time in Minorikawa's hour did that take up? Damn, that was like the whole hour. Oh, that's a big hop. And you're gonna have a big hop too. Okay, let's find out. That's a monumental leap through the hour. Holy shit. Okay, Kenji Osawa. And break. Can't believe Makino came out for us. Hey, 6 to 9. Anyways, as he was driving past Aoyama, Osawa spotted a man he recognized walking along. Driving past, that's the uppity neighborhood. He pulled up alongside him and called out through the window. At least I think so. Mr. Minorikawa. See, look, all of the color is sapped from his perspective. This man is miserable. Oh, Mr. Osawa, sorry, but I haven't been able to look into the thing you asked about yet. I see. That's quite alright. The business with Ai and Tanaka could wait until later. Right now, he needed to focus on protecting Shibuya. If he didn't get his hands on that antiviral... You're caught up in something big, aren't you? How do you know that? Because I'm Minoru Minorikawa. Well, the man's egotism had some justification. Maybe he didn't know the details, but he clearly had some inkling about Osawa's situation. Something clicked in Osawa's mind. He was up against the wall. Okoshi Pharmaceuticals had told him they were going to just let Maria die. He was past the point where he could resolve this peaceably. Peaceably? You mean peacefully? But he was not going to give up without a fight. When it came time, Osawa was sure this man could help him. Well, that'll make this simpler, I guess. Get in. I'll tell you everything. Minorikawa thought for a moment, then got into the passenger seat. As he drove through the lab, Osawa filled Minorikawa in on all the details. The reporter listened intently, occasionally interrupting to ask a question. I also find it interesting they're not letting us look at Osawa's face from this perspective. No face and, like, no color. Reporter listened intently, occasionally asking a question. So how are you planning on getting your hands on the antiviral? He asked when Osawa had finished. I'm not sure. I figured I'd think of something after I got there. Minorikawa let out a nasal chuckle. Just improvising, huh? Ah well, I'll back you up. At least I know I found my way into something important. They pulled up outside the lab and the two men got out of the car. Oh! It's wild how this is like a different picture of them because we see the security guard's face this time. And the music's kind of funny, I'm sorry. This music's goofy. Immediately, a team of security guards burst out through the gate and forced Osawa to the ground. Hey, Minorikawa protested. What the hell is this? The music is very goofy. The guards had grabbed him as well. Unhand me, Osawa yelled. I'm Kenji Osawa. This is my lab. Mr. Osawa, Minorikawa shouted. What the hell is going on here? But Osawa was just as confused. Makino needs to go away. He sees me. He looked up to see Makino standing before him. Sir, tell these thugs to let me go. Oh boy. Not me, like, I literally just paused to check my webcam because I feel like he sees me. But Makino just frowned silently down at him. So, not only will you not help me, you're actively getting in my way? Osawa glared up at his boss. Maria's life, no, countless human lives are at risk. And there's nothing that you alone can do about that. That's what I need you to understand. Sir? Makino gave a signal to the guards who proceeded to drag Osawa away. The scientist writhed with despair at his own impotence. Oh. In the end, there was nothing I could do. Oh, we might have to do something with Kano. Because this is another bad end. We're not ready for this yet. Makino's meddling. Osawa decided to try to get the antiviral directly and even got some unexpected help from Minorikawa along the way. Unfortunately, upon arriving at the lab, they had a run-in with Makino and his security goons. It looks like Osawa's just not going to be able to get into his laboratory. He'll have to make some other decision. I wonder how we do that. Hold on. He's got to be... Maybe he gets interrupted by Kano. And maybe they're not supposed to go to the lab at all whatsoever. That's a red herring. Because that's a lot of missing time. I think Minorikawa has to write for Toyama. And we gotta... It's something with Kano. Kano's key here. Because there's also a bunch of detectives at Osawa's house? I don't know. I'm guessing. Arriving back at the Shibuya precinct, Kano hurried to the interrogation room. With the investigation currently on hold, he knew that taking any official action would be tricky. If he was going to break through this stalemate, he was going to need Tateno's help. And he's going to get us to Maria, and then Maria is somehow going to get us to Osawa and Minorikawa. That's my guess. Because if he's looking for Tateno, he's going to find Maria. The abduction, the ransom, the attaché case relay, Maria's release, and then Tanaka's death. Maybe Tateno would be able to figure out how all these elements were related. But first, Kano needed to check something for himself. Tateno would never have let Ali K go free. Oh, we're going to be talking to Ali K? Okay. Kano needed the prisoner to set the record straight. Ali K sat in the precinct interrogation room looking brazen and cocksure. Karawin? Al-Karawin. I can say it now, I think. I don't know. When I try and say this guy's name, it just... It's like my tongue inflates. It's goofy. One glance at his face, and Kano was reminded of what had happened to Sasayama. Fresh anger smoldered at the edges of his mind. Oh, I'd kick his ass. There were two detectives already in the room. It seems he wasn't made privy to the details, one of them told Kano. Sounds like they were following orders, carrying that attaché case around, the other added. Kano sat down across from Al-Karawan. Yeah, no, it's just... There's something I'd like to ask you, he said. We were just paid to do a job. I don't know anything more than that. His Japanese wasn't perfect, but he understood the language well enough. Tell me, how did you manage to escape from Detective Tateno? Escape? I didn't. A faint smile came to Al-Karan's lips. Al-Karan. Nope, I'm missing a letter. I'm going back to Ali K. I'm so sorry. I can't read. He let me go free. Liar. Detective Tateno would never do that. Kano slammed the desk with his fist. I didn't have handcuffs on, did I? Took them off for me. This has to be a lie. It's not like there weren't other ways to remove a pair of handcuffs. After he took off the handcuffs, Ali K continued, he pointed his gun at me. Cut the crap. Kano grabbed the prisoner by the collar. But Ali K went on, unperturbed. kept the gun pointed at me, but he didn't pull the trigger. So that's when I ran. Why would Detective Tatena want to shoot you? Because I saw him. Saw him? Saw him do what? Let me tell you something interesting, Allie Kay said sardonically. Oh my god. There was that girl who was carrying the ransom, right? Kano pictured Hitomi standing anxiously beside the statue of Hachiko. Oh boy. That guy Tatena was trying to kill her. Oh. Oh. In a fit of rage, Kano drove his fist into Allie Kay's face. His colleagues rushed to interpose themselves. Kano calmed down. Knocked to the floor, Allie Kay gingerly fingered his split lip. And after I gave you such good info, too, he grumbled. Detective Tatena was assigned to protect Hitomi Osawa, Kana shadowed. You can't expect me to believe you're rubbish. He lunged around the table, ready to throw another punch, but his fellow detectives held him back. Allie Kay looked away indifferently. It's your Detective Tatena you should be arresting, not me. Oh my god. That girl's gonna get killed. You need to step in line, pal, Kano bellowed. Kano, his colleague shouted. You're the one who needs to step in line. Go ahead and cool off for a bit. Oh my god. Expelled from the interrogation room, Kano immediately pulled out his phone and called Tatena's number. Please pick up. He clutched his phone tight, pleading under his breath. But Tateno didn't answer. Oh boy. Oh boy. Kano sat down in a chair in the hallway in a bit of a daze. He found himself holding the present Sasayama had gotten for his wife. I have to do something. I just don't know what I'm supposed to do. His restlessness gnawed at him like a rabid animal. Hey, Kano. He looked up to see Kuze standing beside him, his expression grave. I have an update on Sasayama, the director began. Oh. I'm scared of what they're gonna say about the cosplay detective. Kano swallowed the lump in his throat. It seems the knife went in deep enough to do some organ damage. He's in critical condition. God damn it. I see. Kano bit his lip hard. His handkerchief, red with Sasayama's blood, clung to the wrapping paper as Sasayama's present. Oh, God. Kano peeled it away carefully so as not to tear the paper beneath. What's that? Asked Kuze. Sasayama had me hold on to this for him. It's a present for his wife. Ah, I see. I'm sorry, Director Kuze, for ignoring your orders. Kano's eyes remained fixed on the gift as he spoke. When you get down to it, none of this would have happened if it weren't for me. Some kind of punishment was surely headed his way for acting alone as he had. He probably wasn't getting out of this one with a simple written apology. A written apology is when public servants are negligent in their duties or violate regulations. They can be punished with a warning, a formal reprimand, reduction in pay, suspension, or dismissal. In the case of a warning, in addition to the remonstration from a direct supervisor, the individual must also submit a formal letter explaining the relevant details and assuring that it won't happen again. Oh boy. Bakuse calmly shook his head. What happened to Sasayama isn't your fault. Don't blame yourself, he said. As far as this case goes, I've been given quite the runaround myself. There was a rare note of vulnerability in Kuze's voice. The higher-ups have barely let any information trickle my way, but they're still ordering me around nonstop. It's a real pain in the ass. Kuze fell silent, ruminating. The quiet lingered between the two men for several moments before he abruptly spoke again. Oh, right. I'd like to get your opinion on something. So, Mamoru Tanaka, who we found in the minivan, you know? What you think? Should we ought to maybe release his name to the media? Absolutely not. Kuze had slipped into his childish register. Oh, hang on, let me go back. So, Mamoru Tanaka, who we found in the minivan, you know? What you think? Should we ought to maybe release his name to the media? That's my childish voice. He was clearly exhausted. Exhausted. After dealing with the kidnapper's baffling actions and too much meddling from the higher-ups, even a veteran like Kuze is just beat. But that's not the only reason for his exhaustion. Kuze has a brother, 6 years his senior, who despite being nominally mature, refuses to get a real job and shows no inclination to settle down with a family. He walks around town day after day, dressed like a hippie and treating passerby to songs he's written. Kuze has been worrying about his shiftless brother for years now. The guy's become a chronic source of consternation. Oh my god. Kano was thrown by the question. It was a rare thing for the director to seek an opinion from a mere junior detective. This is wild. Hippie. Job. It's not Yanagashita, and it's not the shopkeep. What's Kuze's full name? Didn't we come across a street singer? I think we did. Shit, hold on. I'm trying to remember where that was. Yeah, Kuze is childish when he's excited or exhausted, but I don't have any other name other than director Kuze. Got so many fucking notes, dude. Street singer. I don't think we got a name for that person. Kuze had a brother 6 years his senior who, despite being mature, refuses to get a job and shows no desire to settle down. Dressed like a hippie. Yeah, weird. It's a rare thing for the director to seek an opinion from a mere junior detective. Feels like there's something not too normal about one of Kenji Osawa's subordinates dying, Kuze went on. Kano had had the same thought. This felt too intentional to be a coincidence. So here's the question. Should I get the media involved and try to rush for a resolution, or should I be more cautious? What would you do? Be cautious? About releasing the name, Kano asked? That wasn't such a simple thing to answer. There were so many factors to consider. A tired smile came to Kuze's face. Don't think about it so hard. This is just so I have a point of reference. Tell me what your gut says. Should be alright. Should hold back for now. I can't make that decision. We should hold back. Kuze rumbled. We still don't know if Mamoru Tanaka was murdered or if he committed suicide, Kano pointed out. We should at least wait until we know that much. Yeah. This case has so many loose ends that could lead in dangerous directions. It would pay to be as prudent as possible. Kuze paused for a moment in thought, then nodded. I see what you mean. All right, then. Then, without another word, he headed back toward the conference room. On the TV, the governor's press conference was still going on. I've just requested that each of the railroad companies, starting with JR, stop running trains through the Shibuya station until further notice. As far as the roads go, Route 246 has already been closed to traffic. The executive looked pale as he spoke to the crowd. Is there any possibility of a bioterrorist attack? What about the people who are still in Shibuya? The reporters unleashed a barrage of questions. The governor's face scrunched up. As I've already made clear, this is not a complete blockade. There's nothing to stop anyone from leaving Shibuya on foot. You know who loves the blockade? The Wanted police. I'm sorry. The police from Wanted are wild. I'm thinking of Earthbound now. What is a complete blockade? This is because modern Japan does not have a system for enacting martial law. There are few ways that the government could effectively quarantine Shibuya. In the case of a potential viral infection, the infectious disease law allows for the city to be partitioned into areas of restricted movement. If the authorities do not want to acknowledge the existence of the top secret UA virus, however, taking such an action would be rather tricky legally. That music got really loud for a second. The fuck? Is that what you're describing? De facto martial law? Spat one reporter. Of course not, the governor snapped. You should be well aware that martial law is illegal. I couldn't declare it even if I wanted to. If you wanted to. So this is a bioterrorist issue then. I never said anything of the sort. The press conference was devolving into chaos. Kano was unsurprised given the circumstances. Still, everyone was doing their best insofar as they knew how. So why not me, Kano thought. Doesn't matter what I do, I just want to be doing something. Just letting time tick by without trying to take action was more than he could bear. Kano grew around Rumi, give her a call, Sasayama, visit him in the hospital. Thought about his wife and decided to get in touch with her. We're gonna go to the hospital! That seems sketchy. Kano was worried about Sasayama and decided to visit him in the hospital. Oh, Hana. Oh, Hana. As he was making his way toward the hospital, Kano spotted a girl sitting on the pedestrian overpass. She looked like she was on the verge of tears. Concerned, he stopped beside her. Are you waiting for someone, he asked. The girl simply bit her lip and said nothing. Are you lost? Do you need a policeman? The relatively low crime rate in Japan, combined with rather high police personnel numbers in Tokyo, mean that officers, particularly beat cops, often have plenty of bandwidth to deal with more minor issues. Oh, baby. Again, the girl gave no answer. Where'd you come from? Kano tried. Still nothing. He just decided to go and call for a female officer when the girl hesitatingly spoke at last. Heaven Publishing. After a little coaxing, she told him where that was. It turned out it was on the way to Shibuya Central Hospital, not too far from where they were now. Why don't I take you there then? Kano said. I'm already headed in that direction anyway. The girl seemed a bit reluctant at first, but eventually she agreed to go with Kano. Kano parted ways with the girl outside the building where Heaven Publishing was located. He noticed that she hesitated to enter at first, but eventually vanished inside. Baby, boom, boom. Kano's phone rang as he was about to continue on his way. When he peered at the incoming call display, his heart nearly stopped. There was Tateno's name. Oh, I'm sweaty again, but like in a stressed out way. Oh no. Not me like turning around and like closing my eyes and bowing my head like I'm praying. I got stressed. I wonder if she's not supposed to get in the building. I don't know. We'll find out. She could be the ticket for Osawa Minorikawa to not get fucked up. We'll find out. Kano quickly press the button to accept the call. Detective Tateno? Detective Tateno, is that you? There was a whole mountain of things Kano wanted to ask. Just what had he been doing this whole time? Why had he let Al Karawin go free? And what had happened to Hitomi? But while he was trying to decide what question to pose first, Tateno spoke. I've secured Maria Osawa. What? The word came out as a startled gasp. Detective Tateno, you have to bring her here ASAP. Right now she's... Tateno cut him off. You need to bring Hitomi Osawa to my location at once. Hitomi Osawa? Yes. I heard over the wireless that the man from the U.S. Embassy had her in custody. Kano hadn't been listening to the most recent wireless traffic. Apparently, Stanley had managed to find Hitomi. But what was Tateno getting at here? Wait, hold on. What for? I mean, why do you need me to bring Hitomi Osawa to you? There was no reply. Detective Tateno, answer me, please. Tateno replied. Oh no. Tateno replied as if he hadn't heard Kano's questions. There's an office building in Nenpeidai. Office building in Nenpeidai called South Hill. I'll be waiting for you on the rooftop. What the fuck? If you don't bring her, I'll kill Maria. Oh my god. With that grisly warning, he hung up. Oh my god. This is so much. If you don't bring her, I'll kill Maria. With that grisly warning, he hung up. Kano's hand went limp. His phone slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. Oh my god. I'm also really chewing on my tongue. Welp, welp. Kano went to South Hill and South Hill? South Hill? I meant to say hill. That was more of an accent than me saying hell. That was just, it jumped out. Today is the day of betrayals, and it is only what? 4 o'clock. Oh, this is some significant time. Oh, we spent like 10 minutes punching that dude in the face. Jesus. South Hill. Kano went to South Hill and Nenpeidai alone. The building takes its name from a rough translation of Nenpeidai, the name of the area where it is located. The official name is South Hill Building, but since this is awkward to say, it is frequently shorted. Thanks. He hadn't brought Hitomi as Tateno had demanded, nor had he reported the situation to Kuze. First, he wanted to meet with Tateno and find out what's going on. Took the elevator to the 8th floor. After that, he had to take the stairs to the rooftop. As As he made his way up the steps, he tried to imagine what Tateno might want with Hitomi. He hadn't noticed anything suspicious about the senior detective in the lead up to the stakeout at the Scramble. Tateno seemed like the same man Kano had always revered. So why was he doing this? Oh. I'm like scared to hit this button. Kano couldn't think of a reason. Reaching the top of the staircase, he at last stepped out onto the open roof. The time for half-baked conjecture was past. Kano would lay his doubts at Tateno's feet. Do we really want to do that? Then, soon enough, everything would become clear. Inwardly, Kano did his best to convince himself of that one. A warm breeze blew against his cheek. Oh, I'm so stressed. He took a look around but saw no sign of Tateno. Detective Tateno, where are you? Getting no response, he began to walk around the rooftop, calling out several more times. It's Kano. I've come as you asked. Where's Hitomi Osawa? Kano whirled around where he had heard the voice behind him. Oh boy. This music is really sinister. Tateno stepped into view from behind a water tank. He led with him a young girl, bound and blindfolded. Why didn't you bring her here? He growled. Kano stuttered in shock. Detective Tateno, why are you doing this? Is that really Maria? Ooh, there's our jump. Tateno responded by removing the young woman's blindfold. I gotta get another stop and then jump back. There's no doubt about it. She looked very much like Hitomi Osawa. A surge of frustration rushed through Kano. Detective Tateno, what is the meaning of this? Kano fought to remain calm. He felt like he was on the verge of falling to pieces. Bring me Hitomi Osawa and I'll let this girl go. Why? What do you need Hitomi for? But Tateno's only answer was an icy stare. This isn't like you. It's so weird. Oh, we love so weird. This music, though. The Detective Tateno who I know, who you know? Tateno cut him off. What do you know about me? I know what sort of detective you are, sir, because I've modeled myself after you for my whole career. Oh, you're gonna get your heart breaking, baby. The older man's expression remained stony. Don't you remember, Kano went on? The time when you risked your life to talk down that man who barricaded himself inside that office? Ever since then, you've been my... Tateno interrupted him with a sudden burst of laughter. You really are gullible, you know that? You can only see things the way you want to see them. What do you mean by that? The truth is, I didn't even care if I died doing what I did. That's why I doused myself in gasoline. Tateno's voice had gone low and quiet. That was no display of heroics. It was more attempted suicide than anything else. Oh boy. Oh, it's blasting in my ears. I got my headphones behind my ears. I'm suffering a little bit. I will say I'm having a tough time hearing my own self on the monitor. Unless I laugh. Very silly. Yeah. It was more attempted suicide. That's insane. I wasn't thinking about the other people still inside the building. It's just a coincidence thing turned out the way they did. So then if you've made a single misstep, then everyone in that building may well have burned to death. You're lying. That can't be true. Kano shook his head insistently. I don't have time for this conversation. Tateno pressed the barrel of his gun to Maria's head. If you don't bring Hitomi Osawa to me, believe me, I'll blow her brains out. Please stop this, Kano shouted. Yeah, it was a buck wild thing for any to do. Douse yourself and talk to the hostage. No. But there was no sign of hesitation in Tateno's eyes. He looked like he really would shoot Maria if Kano didn't do as he asked. Hurry up. Bring Hitomi to me. Can't you at least tell me what's going on? Go now or so help me, I'll shoot. Kano drew his own gun from his jacket. I know you, Detective Tateno. I know there's some meaning behind all this. Kano's words came out as an imploring croak. You think you can shoot me? Tantano spat. Letting Ali K go free? Taking Maria hostage? This has to mean something. Sweat made Kano's hands slick where he had clutched his gun. Nice if you think you can shoot me. Stop. I've always looked up to you. You're the sort of detective I wanted to become. Kano's view of Tateno began to blur as tears welled in his eyes. Can you shoot me, Kano? I can. Even as he cried, Kano stood resolutely, doing his best to stare down the older man. He set his finger squarely on the trigger and pointed his gun at Tateno's forehead. Suddenly, the piercing stare vanished from the other detective's eyes. I've got to give you full marks for that. Oh, I'm so stressed. Kano. Oh my god. Tateno smiled thinly. I'll tell you then. Oh my god. Oh no. I'll tell you why I'm doing this. It all happened. Oh my god. Oh no. No, I don't think I can. This is gonna be really heavy. We need a joke. A joke needs to happen in this game. I'm over here just like, you know, in one of the Mario games when you go into the bird mouth door that unhinges and you walk in and you fight Birdo. I'm the door. I'm just like, huh? This is a lot. I don't think I'm ready for his backstory. It all happened 17 years ago. Fuck me, dude. Okay, I'm pressing the button. A meth addict had assaulted someone in Shibuya. Oh, I didn't expect that. Tateno was questioning people around Dogenzaka in search of the perp. He happened to pass by Endo Electronics. Oh, hey, Tateno. Are you... Your mom, thank you. It was Kotone Endo, clad in pristine white. This was his high school girlfriend, who went on to marry Daisuke Endo. And that's Ashi. That's Ashi. That's baby Ashi. Oh my god. Hello, Cobalt Puppy. I'll take a drink. Which means Daisuke was his other buddy. Yeah. Who got to marry his high school sweetheart. Who he dumped for some stupid reason. I don't remember why. But oh my god. Is it? There's no way they had an affair. But he never gave a reason. Yeah, they broke up with each other for some reason. And Daisuke had to be the other best friend because she married him. He just said he had to. Yeah. And that's baby Ashi. That's a very cute baby with a very round face that I would love to pinch. I'm a sucker for a round baby face. Leave me alone. They're so cute. Look at them. Is there any possibility that Suzune is truly his daughter? And that he promised Hitomi to Daisuke to save the daughter? And he's working with Daisuke to use the security cameras because they have a residual friendship? Is that a possibility? I know he's gonna tell us. But that would be insane. But I don't think she's the type. I don't think she's the type to cheat. Especially because we're presenting her in pristine white. But this is the mom. Did I get Ashi's mom's name last time? I don't think I did. Hold on. Let me check my notes. Ashi, Ryoko. What about over here? One on this page. Daisuke Endo. Yeah, his mom, we didn't get her name until just now. And this is his high school sweetheart. Oh my god. I'm so glad I wrote all this shit down. Holy shit. Okay, sorry. That made my brain break. Oh, so Suzune is only 17, and I think Ashi is 19. That would make sense. Okay, so that's baby sister. Either way, that's a cute baby. Clutched to her breast was her daughter Suzune, only a few months old, 17 years ago. I thought his sister was a lot younger for some reason. She's not that much younger. They're pretty close. Like Irish twins, 11 months apart or some shit. That's the vibe I'm getting. It's been a long time, Katone said. She flashed a tiny smile. Yes, it has, Tateno replied with a clumsy smile of his own. Are you on the job? Yes, I am. Katone recoiled slightly at the dour look on Tateno's face. Oh, Katone, please. Is something the matter? There's an armed criminal hiding out somewhere in the area. What? I wouldn't leave the shop for a while if you can avoid it, but I have to go to the bank to deposit some money. Surely you can have Daisuke go do it? He's away on a repair job and hasn't come back yet. Tateno let out a one-note sigh. I see Daisuke still does things his own way. Alright, let me escort you to the bank. How did he get to using his cane? Is it also this day? You mean it? I feel a lot safer having you with me. Katone flashed him a smile so wide that Tateno thought he might lose himself in it. She do be kind of pretty. Oh my god. Tateno, Katone, and Daisuke. Daisuke? Were childhood friends and had gone to school together up through high school. Tateno and Daisuke are always clowning around together, and Katone was always there alongside them laughing. Oh no. I don't want to... Oh no. It had been quite some time since he'd gotten to walk along Dogenzaka with Katone. Oh my god, how you been lately? I'm nauseous. Well, with a newborn to look after, it's been pretty hectic, but there's never a dull moment. Things have been good. I'm glad to hear it. Katone was always as bright as a sunflower. Sometimes Tateno managed to convince himself that just the sight of her was enough. Tateno. Please. This is... Something fucked up's about to happen. I ain't ready. Not him holding that baby. Outside the bank, Katone held Suzune out to him. Tateno received the baby with an anxious frown. Honestly, whenever someone hands me a baby, I don't know what to do. What's with the face? I'm not good with babies. I haven't held one very often. Oh, you'll be fine, don't worry. Just hold on to her for a minute while I take care of things inside. Alright. He held the baby gingerly like it was a bomb that might explode at any moment. Katone chuckled softly. Me. Stop! Look at that child! Suzune stirred and squirmed in Tateno's arms. Look at the child! I want to poke its nose. I actually got to see my cousins today, and one of my cousins has a newborn, and, well, not a newborn, she's like a couple months old, but new to me. It was my first time meeting her, and she was so chubby. She looked like a round Muppet in the most respectful way, and it was very precious. She just, big old puffy, I'm losing my mind. Look at this baby! I would let you know if I thought the baby was ugly, though, I'll be honest with you. This is an incredibly cute baby. And now I'm getting flashbacks to the really weird girl in high school who had a kid and became ultra conservative overnight. And she tried to enter her baby into a cute baby contest. And she had the ugliest baby I've ever seen. And I couldn't tell anybody. Because I didn't know if there was anybody that was safe to tell that I thought this girl had a really ugly baby. Because, like, she was kind of pretty. Her husband was kind of cute. They had the most unfortunate looking child I've ever seen in my goddamn life. I bonded with a friend's mom because one day I was like, can you believe so-and-so has a kid? And became turbo conservative? Very different than who she was before. It was kind of weird. And then my friend's mom paused and leaned over to me. And she said, can you believe that they have a bumfuck ugly child? Gagged. I laughed so hard. It was the ugliest I had ever laughed in my entire life because I felt so comfortable by saying, I know. And she took a picture of her child once, her naked little booty. Her child had no butt cheeks. It was just like a whole, I was like, what the fuck? I've never seen like a human entity of any kind with no butt cheeks. I was like, that's so gross. Why are you posting this on Facebook? She unfriended me not too long after that, but that's okay. Her baby was really ugly. I've never seen a baby so ugly. And knowing that my friend's mom also thought this baby was ugly and said, what happened? I laughed so hard. I think about it for more than 3 minutes and I start crying. It's so funny. I was like, we going to hell? And then she made me a cocktail. And we continued to laugh over how ugly this baby was. I'd been out of high school for a few years at this point, and it was just really funny that the first thing we talked about when we caught up, it was just like, and it was funny too because before she told me, she like looked at me for a second, and you know when you lock eyes with someone, like you've got a secret and an in-joke? She looked at me like that, and then she leaned in. And she was like, what an ugly baby. Oh God, it was so funny. It was so funny. I've never felt so close to another person before. You know, like we're bonded for life. I almost told her, like, when she started getting really mean and hateful, it took everything in me not to post that she had a really ugly baby and like Photoshop like her baby being like, listen, that's the meanest I've ever been, but I really just wanted to draw little eyebrows on all of them just so that they all actually looked alike in some way, because I was just like, it was just such an unfortunate looking child. And she put her baby in a pretty baby contest and was as close to last place as a baby could be. Like, she was so low in the ranking they took the number off, and they only had numbers for like the top 20 because they had more at that point, but people saw how low their numbers were and got upset. And so the people that ran this website just took the numbers off and only showed the numbers for the top 20 babies. I was like, damn, your baby is ugly. I'm sorry. Okay, anyways, she also is homeschooling that child. All because she saw that California schools were going to teach elementary kids about Harvey Milk and include the whole story about how, like, he was queer. And she was like, yeah, we don't need that in schools, when she was the person who I met in middle school who taught me what yaoi and yuri was, because she loved reading it and she loved queerness and was like low-key like, I'm a lesbian. It was very wild. Anyway, this baby's very cute. Yeah, no, I'm haunted by it. There's a lot that went on in this girl's life. Her dad was like a cop, and she hated cops. Something happened. She got married, she changed. And her husband used to be like liberal, but with a shrug, and like, but his political leanings didn't change, but she became ultra conservative. It was very weird. And they had a really ugly baby. Anyways. That was a really long tangent. I'm so sorry. That's the meanest I think I've ever been. But like, I feel justified. She kind of has Katone's eyes, he thought. It was strange, the sensation of holding a child. She was so soft and light, and yet such a real and responsive presence. The faint warmth of her body warmed Tateno inwardly in turn. But yeah, no, I hate that too. But it's also like wildly funny and weird. When Katone returned after making her deposit, they strolled to a nearby park. Suzune back in her mother's arms. That swing set looks so uncomfy. Sorry. Do you have any plans for marriage, Tateno? Oh, I haven't thought about it. Work has me plenty busy. Oh, that's just an excuse, Katone said. If there really were some woman you wanted to marry, you wouldn't let work stop you. Hang on, I'm sorry. I just remembered what my friend's mom said the baby looked like, and she said it looked like if you mixed a changeling with a chupacabra. And it was just like it just popped into my head. I'm sorry. Oh my god. I'm going to hell. I'm going to hell. It's fine. Sorry. I'm sorry, that's so mean. Sorry. I'm sorry. I don't want to engage with the serious thing because it's making me sad, and now I'm being mean. I'm sorry. That's really doo-doo ass of me. If there really were some woman you wanted to marry, you wouldn't let work stop you. Oh my god. I suppose it's because there hasn't been anyone I felt that way about. Really? Nobody this whole time? You, lady? Yeah, really. She knows. I see. But still, seeing the two of you like this, it makes me realize how nice having a family could be. Tateno peered deeply into Susune's face. Oh, sir. Well, if it ain't Tateno. He looked up as a cheery voice cut into the conversation. Oh no, it was Daisuke. Daisuke, go away. Daisuke, go away. What are you doing here? He asked his wife. I can ask you the same question. Come on, give me a break. I've come to make the deposit for the client. In that case, no need to worry. I just took care of it myself. I thought you'd forgotten about it. Huh, really? Katone smiled as Daisuke reached down and carefully lifted Suzune in his arms. Beaming happily at his daughter, he nuzzled up against her tiny cheek. Daisuke, long time no see. I don't like this. Yeah, glad you're doing well for yourself to— I don't want to be sad. Glad you're doing well for yourself, Tateno. They walked side by side. Daisuke proudly showed off Suzune's drowsing face. What do you think? Adorable, isn't she? Yeah, luckily she doesn't have your looks. Kid his ass. Hey now, bad-mouthing me, the same as ever, huh? Some things hadn't changed since high school. Why not drop by our place for a bit, Daisuke offered. Oh, sorry, I'm in the middle of a job, actually. Tateno turned to glance at Katone. Oh! An instant later, Daisuke screamed, Katone! A man had come up behind his wife and now had a kitchen knife to her throat. The fuck? The fuck? Katone stood stiffly, frozen in terror. You can take his ass. Let her go. Tateno took a step toward the man. The slightly upturned eyes, the close-cropped hair, the thin mustache, all the details matched the description. This had to be the man Tateno was after. There's your job, I guess. Shut your damn mouth! Wow, the way this text is written, I don't know how I'm supposed to fucking read it. You want to try and kill me, huh? This lady here wants to try and kill me. The man was babbling nonsense. The reports had said the suspect was a tweaker. Right now, his mind was probably a complete mess from meth withdrawal. Left unchecked, there was no telling what he might do. His hand does look very tiny. He's like he's wearing his father's shirt. I never anticipated a meth storyline. Of all the things that are in this game, meth is not one of the ones I anticipated. You know? Just like, okay, sure. This is the vibe. I don't know. Sometimes this game be confusing the piss out of me. I don't know. But yeah, he does have the hand of a child. This is true. No telling what he might do. Tateno shoved Daisuke behind him and drew his gun from his jacket. Why does him holding a gun and not seeing the baby's face make it feel like they're holding a fake baby? I know they're not, but it's... This image is wild. Wait, don't shoot. You'll hit Katone. But Tateno ignored Daisuke's shouts and trained his gun on the perp's shoulder. He was confident in his marksmanship. He'd never miss at this range. Tateno, please back down, Daisuke pleaded, Suzune still clutched in his arms. I beg you. I can't, Tateno hissed under his breath. This isn't someone we can reason with. The assailant began waving his knife about. He could stab it into Katone at any moment. Oh, that knife looks extra sharp. It didn't look that sharp in the last image. It looks very sharp in this image. Tateno had to take the shot now. He aimed for the shoulder of the arm the man held his knife in. Tateno, stop! Daisuke shouted. Don't do this! And she's wearing all white. Oh my god. Oh my god, the image in the eyes? For a brief moment, Tateno's eyes met Katone's. He thought he saw her give a tiny nod. Don't shoot. I have to say it in a weird voice or else I'll cry. Oh, a video! Oh! Ow! No, 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 oh! That's how she died? Oh my god. I thought it was sickness. What does that have to do with Maria? Yeah. Well, it has to do with Hitomi. And I think he's willing to sacrifice her to save this little girl because this was his last real tie with Katone. I don't know. That feels like a reach though. It was all over in an instant. By the time Tateno had the perp subdued, Katone's white shirt was soaked through with red. Oh my god, yeah, but that feels so intense. I wasn't ready for a full video. With Katone's death, so too died Tateno's heart. Whatever feelings had lived inside him had been reduced to cinders, leaving only a never-ending need to atone. This is a bad end. Oh my god. Countless times he thought of ending his life in order to make things up to Daisuke and his children. The only reason he didn't go through with it was that he knew death would be the easy way out. How is that going to help them if you, as the best friend... Oh my god. And so he stayed on as a detective. Stop, look at these children. He carried the weight of his sins with him for as long as he lived. This was the sentence Tateno gave himself. Oh my god. Go to therapy, baby! 15 years had passed since Katone's death. For the first time, Tateno had gone to visit her grave. He was standing by the grave marker with his hands clasped when someone called out to him from behind. Right? You're the friend, he needs you. Excuse me. A slender young girl stood there, flowers in hand. Oh no. Tateno instantly recognized her, Suzune. She looked just like Katone had back in her high school days. Did you know my mother? She asked. Sir. Ah yes, we were classmates a long time ago. Oh really? Thank you so much for coming. Suzune gave a slight bow, then gazed up at Tateno with her big bright eyes. Oh shit. I will say, these cemeteries always look really interesting to me. I'm kind of... kind of vibing with this aesthetic. Don't judge me. Some of the best walks I've ever had have been through different cemeteries. And this one looks like a nice one to go on a walk through. You look just like her, but I don't know if that is allowed in that culture. I do know they were really weird about it in Germany. So just the thing that I think about. Anyways, you look just like her. Tateno struggled to hold back the tears. He felt as if Katone stood before him, returned to life. Please don't. She's 15. My father tells me the same thing all the time. Oh, God. I'm sure once you're all grown up, you'll be just as beautiful as she was. She is 15. Forlorn smile came to Suzune's face. Once I'm grown up? Well, I don't think that's going to happen. I guess I really do have a lot in common with my mother, including the part where I'm going to die young. Girl! Hello? Don't be ridiculous, Tateno exclaimed. Why would you say such a horrible thing? Suzune took a step backward, looking shocked to be rebuked by a stranger. My apologies, he said hurriedly. I didn't mean to startle you. Girl, you should... No, it's all right, Suzune murmured, clutching the flowers close. Close? I can't read. I'm shook. Honestly, it's not something I like to talk about myself, but I'm sick, so there's not really anything I can do to change it. Sick? I have a heart condition. A transplant is the only thing that can help me, but my blood type is a little bit weird, and it doesn't look like they'll be able to find me a compatible donor. I never trust... he probably doesn't mean it in a weird way in this context, but I never trust when, like, a narrative has, like, a man who's in love with someone, and his whole personality is like, I love you so much. And then they die, and then they look at their kid and they go, wow, you remind me of this woman I loved so much. I am now going to project some weird feelings on you, be it protective or otherwise, but the feelings are still a little weird, and I'm going to be weirdly cold and distant about it the whole time. I don't like that. It always makes me think of, and we hate J.K. Rowling in this house, but it always makes me think of about how fucking horny Snape was for, like, Harry's eyes. You have your mother's eyes. You have your mother's eyes. You have your mother's eyes. I'm gonna treat you like shit because I look at your eyes and I froth at the mouth thinking of your mommy, and your mommy didn't even like me. And, like, that's the worst case I remember of seeing something like that, because people were obsessed with it. And I hate that. I don't trust it when they were, like, lovers. Now, if this had been, like, a distant, like, sibling, like Katone's long-lost brother, and he was like, wow, beautiful and kind, just like my sister was, aw, like, that wouldn't be so bad. But they were, like, lovers and he dumped her, and their last conversation was him going, her going, I wish you could have a family. I'm uncomfortable. I'm a little uncomfortable. Because this is making him bonkers. He's willing to kill another girl because he misses her so much. That's homie therapy. Sorry. Heart condition. A generic expression for illnesses pertaining to the heart, also referred to as heart disease, includes things like heart failure, valvular heart disease, and so forth. We need a compatible donor. The immune system exists to get rid of foreign substances in the body. Often a patient's immune system will attack a transplanted organ, which can result in the organ failing or functioning poorly. To mitigate the risk of rejection, it is preferable for the donor and the recipient to have matching body tissue. In the case of a heart transplant, characteristics such as blood type and pre-sensitized antibodies, a human leukocyte antigen, must be screened ahead of time. Then, bowing her head, Suzune stepped in front of the gravestone and clasped her hands in silence. Tateno felt a wrenching pain inside him, as if Katone were being taken from him all over again. But she's not! If there really was a god, why would he do such dreadful things? Is there nothing I can do? He nearly lamented aloud. I'll do anything. Suzune, I'll do whatever I have to in order to save you. Tateno clenched his fist as he stared at the grave. You don't have to do that. Tell me, Katone. What can I possibly do for your daughter? Please tell me, please. Homie, you need grief counseling. Okay, yeah, I see it. Yeah. I smell it on the air and I don't like it. And so the months rolled on. Oh, Jesus. Everything changed just after 10 o'clock that morning. Tateno was on the stakeout when his cell phone rang. So he was a part of this, truly, until today. Oh my God. Also, you don't know this girl. I know for certain this girl would not want you to kill someone else for her. Yes, because it's been 2 years since he met her. Because they said it was 17 years ago, Katone died, and then 15 years later, he ran into Suzune, and the months rolled on. 2 years have passed. This girl has come to terms with her condition. If she knew that you killed someone else because you loved her mom so goddamn much, yeah, she's made her peace, and that's okay. I'm so mad. This man needs grief counseling. Don't fucking hurt people. There's a value in consent. And he's been, this whole day, was on the stakeout when his cell phone rang. He glanced at the call display and saw Daisuke Endo's name. He hadn't heard from Daisuke in years now. He has spent his entire day hunting down this girl. And Daisuke seems to be in on it. Because the doctor said, hey, your dad told me he's going to bring in a brain dead girl as a transplant. And then we find out Hitomi, that's fucked up, dude. And like, he neglects his son. Ashi has said, yeah, he fucking knew. This is gross. Ashi has said that his father treats him very differently than his daughter, and they have a strained relationship. Part of it's because, yeah, Ashi was in like a gang. He was the leader of it, and he didn't do well in school. But he also doesn't want to take over the electronics business. He just wants Shibuya to be beautiful and take care of his sister. And that kind of makes his dad a little mad. And so we've got preferential treatment of his one kid. And his kid has fallen for the girl that we're assuming he wants to make brain dead. And so his son can't have like a happy day. Like if you talk to your baby boy, he would also be like, what the fuck is wrong with you, Dad? I'm losing it. He hadn't heard from Daisuke in years now, fearing that something had happened to Suzune. Tateno answered the call despite his current tense circumstances. At once he heard Daisuke wailing. Suzune had a seizure. She might not come back from this one. Oh, he did get the call from the doctor at 10 a.m. Tateno's terrible suspicions had been right on the mark. He felt himself growing weak. Please, Daisuke exclaimed, you need to shoot that girl you're with, that Hitomi Osawa. You need to shoot her in the head. If we have her heart, we can save Suzune. At first, Tateno couldn't make sense of what Daisuke was saying. What the fuck? No! I'm gonna fight both of these men. This is so fucking, I'm so fucking mad. I was really sad earlier, but now I'm just like mad. Go to grief counseling. Hurry up and shoot. Shoot her, please. Hitomi Osawa has the Bombay blood type. Wait, hold on, Tateno. Keeping his voice low. You want me to kill Hitomi Osawa? Why? He quickly scanned the area. Daisuke, are you nearby? Wait, where are you? Don't worry about that. If you can just render her brain dead, we'll be able to transplant her heart to Suzune. He is watching you on the cameras, my guy! Oh my god. The term brain dead refers to a state where the entire brain, including the brainstem, is beyond any recovery. I honestly hate the phrasing brain dead. It makes me really sad. In Japan, brain death is defined by Article 6 of the Act on Organ Transplantation, which states that brain death can only be declared with the goal of authorizing a transplant is subject to the judgment of at least 2 doctors inspecting the patient according to a preset process at least 6 hours apart. Oh my god. Shooting someone in the head didn't necessarily guarantee they wind up brain dead, and even assuming it did, if Tateno shot the Osawa girl here in the middle of the scramble, it would cause a giant incident. I'm heated, I'm sorry. By the time the autopsy was completed, the window for a heart transplant would surely have passed. Tateno, shoot her, please. Daisuke, I can't. You know I can't do that. Hurry! It was like his old friend wasn't even listening to him. Look, even if she did wind up brain dead, they wouldn't be able to perform a transplant. But Daisuke kept on shouting. It's fine. It'll be fine. I'll make the transplant work somehow. You'll make it work? Even knowing how ridiculous that was, part of Tateno wanted to know what he had in mind, if anything. I finally found it. I found something we can do for Suzune. Please help me help her. Oh no. Tateno understood Daisuke's feeling painfully well. To be helpless to stop the suffering of someone you loved. Nothing in the world hurt as much as that. No wonder people told me to calm down so I wouldn't get burned out on this game. Because what is this? I want to save Suzune. Tateno, this is the one thing I will ever ask of you. You already got his, like... His love. This is a mess. I mean, he probably doesn't know that. Well, maybe he knew they date. I want to know why he broke up with her. Tateno could hear choked weeping from the other end of the line. And at that sound, something inside him shifted. Yes. Yes, Daisuke was right. The likelihood of a transplant happening wasn't the issue. What matters was that right now, he could take action. He could do something for Suzune. Oh my god. Okay, but how the fuck does he know? I assume he got the info from the terrorists, but also they need for the blood. So maybe the father was told about her blood from the terrorists and he made a deal. If he kills her, he'll somehow get the blood for them. Or... maybe that was info he got to give the crime syndicate access to his cameras. Because he's got all of Shibuya under surveillance. In his home and in the neighborhood watch community building. That might be something to get him to trade with people who are not locals, to investigate and snoop. He probably gave them exclusive access. That's got to be part of this somehow. And they must have put this idea in his head. Because he told it to the doctor the day before. Daisuke's got a lot of secrets. What matters is that right now he could take action, he could do something for Suzune. He mustered up his resolve, feeling the doubt lift from his heart. For Suzune, no. For the daughter of the woman he'd loved, no. I would haunt you. I would be the meanest fucking ghost. I'd be like, what the fuck do you think you're doing? Tateno checked the gun, tucked inside his jacket, then slowly began making his way through the crowd toward Hitomi. No, that's creepy. Does she not look like the love of your life in her pristine white outfit? She looks like Katone to me as well. This is beyond selfish. Yeah, fucking. I'm so heated. I'm genuinely mad. Now you know why we're here. Tateno gestured subtly with his gun, its barrel still pressed against Maria's temple. Kano's own gun wavered in his hands. He was crying inside. I'd shoot Tateno. There was nothing else he wanted to hear from Tateno now, and now he was sure of one thing. Words were never going to stop this man. He is not. You cannot save him. Kano, Tateno said. At my age, I've seen all sorts of young detectives come and go. He fixed his lonesome gaze on Kano. And you're about the worst of the lot, shoot him. Whenever it's time to take action, you immediately do something reckless. Do you know how many formal apologies I've had to write because of you? Wow! He became a detective because of you. He was an officer in his little police box station. Saw you do your thing, thought you were trying to be heroic, and then found out you were just suicidal and angry. Even to the bitter end, I'd shoot his ass. I'm reckless, like pop, shut the fuck up. Oh my god. Shoot him! I'm usually never pro-violence, but right now. Tateno let out a heavy sigh. But you know, Kano, because of the way you've looked up to me, you've saved me. And that's the truth. He sounded like a man speaking his last words. Now, come on, see if you can stop me. What the fuck? He pressed the gun harder against Maria's temple. Kano took aim at his former hero's head. Detective Tateno. His finger wavered on the trigger. Shoot him. You have to shoot him. If you don't shoot him, Maria's gonna die. I mean... He tried desperately to convince himself. I am going to stop you. Tateno looked him coldly in the eye. Stop, this is so spooky. Do it then, shoot me. Kano stared right back. He tightened his finger on the trigger. I'm gonna throw up. Rah! Who's that? Oh my god. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up! Time to see this from Maria's perspective. I'm so mad. I also did not anticipate these two having a converging storyline. I'm a little shook by it. Is that really Maria? And this is like boss fight music. You hear this shit? This is the big bad. Like, and you know it's booming in my ears. I put my headphones back on my ears because it got really tense, and also, she is only now hearing her name after she may die. She's gonna have memories come unlocked. And she's gonna probably remember her dad, and that's how we jump over to her dad's story and change things. Oh my god. This has got I genuinely, my stomach is in knots. I feel crazy. Holy fuck. Oh my god. Hang on, let me just... Okay, yeah. Something happens in Maria's timeline. I can't believe Ashi's continued so fast, too. Hello, welcome back from dinner. A lot has happened. I'm yelling a lot. I'm gonna fucking fight Teteno. Let me check something, because I might have to take a break really quick. Oh god. Boo, 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 boo. I'm gonna fist fight Tateno, that's all. Oh my, I closed the wrong thing, shit. Cane guy, yeah. Yeah, no, he's the detective with the cane. We learned that his high school sweetheart had a more violent end than I anticipated. And his high school sweetheart is Ashi's mother. Yeah. Shoot. Okay, alright. Looks like I don't have... If this is the case... Alright, if I don't have any, like, work events, I might be able to stream for a good long time. Let's do Maria's timeline. And then, I'll take a break. It might be, like, 10 minutes. And then we'll try and do... My goal is to do 2 hours of in-game tonight. We've zoomed through this one, which feels fake. I feel like it's been kind of fast, and I don't know how to feel about it. But that's my current plan. Sorry, I just had to review some things to make sure I had time for it. Because my schedule is a little muddy. I hear a faint voice and realize that the man is listening to a wireless radio. I've managed to secure Hitomi Osawa at Shibuya Central Hospital, the voice says. Oh boy. A gleam comes to the gunman's eyes. Oh boy. He pulls his cell phone from his jacket and hurriedly makes a call. Oh no. I've secured Maria Osawa, he says to whoever's on the other end. It's her first time hearing that name, huh? Maria Osawa? Is my name Maria Osawa? Yeah, it is, baby. You need to bring Hitomi Osawa to my location at once. Hitomi Osawa. If I'm Maria Osawa, what sort of relationship do I have to Hitomi? If you don't bring her, I'll kill Maria. Then my captor hangs up. Oh my god. Making the character profile, and these are the things I have for it. Personality, interests, likes, dislikes. Also those in people. Interesting. Backstory, and I plan to save a page for notes, ideas specific for this character. Is there other ideas I could do for the character sheet? I'm a sucker for when people do like power levels of a thing and like color in icons. And so like you have a few universal ones, like this person's charm, their charisma, and then this person, if they're like a pirate who drinks a lot, you could be like alcohol tolerance. And like draw little mugs. I like doing shit like that. I think it's really funny. Or like a character who's like a soccer player, and you could be all like leg power, and like draw little horse heads, because for some reason I find that very funny. That's what I would do. And I have like comparative stats like that, just because I think it's really fun. And I just like drawing little symbols and coloring them in. You know, it's cute. It's a nice little visual thing. But yeah, I also have a part where I'll draw out the character. Yeah, that'd be cute. Kind of like a trading card. I like when people do stuff like that. I find it really charming. Were you serious just now? My voice wavers uncontrollably. What do you mean, you'll kill me? Don't look at me like that. He steps in closer to me, his expression dangerous. Oh. I forgot to save a part for stats or stuff like that. That's good. Hell yeah. It's fun. It's one of my favorites. The killer's edge that he'd lost during our little talk is back in full force. Just bear with me a little longer. There's also a possibility that if this is too stressful tonight, I might decompress with like a more joyous game. Because we've had some stress. He blindfolds my eyes with some sort of towel. I can't see through it at all. Oh god. Just then I hear Kanan's voice inside my head. My memories are like shards of broken glass tumbling through my mind, all out of sequence. Oh, shit. Yeah, that sounds painful. Like a migraine, real severe. How are you able to do that when the string is so tangled up? Oh, once you know the trick to it, you can do it with your eyes closed. I'm showing Kanan how to do a cat's cradle. She reaches out for the string. They really love this cat's cradle. Huh? She doesn't get hold of it quite right. What gives? Despite her efforts, the string gets all jumbled up. No, not like that, I say. Hook your index fingers through the front part of the string. No, I get that. Kanan's getting irritated. Oh. But after giving it a few more tries, she finally manages to pull it off. There we go, she says. Look at that. Seeing her innocent little smile bolsters my own spirits. That's neat. Thanks for teaching me. Oh, it's nothing special. Here, as a thanks, let me teach you some skills to help protect yourself. Oh my god. Abruptly, my memory jumps forward a bit. You taught her how to play with string, and she taught you how to murder. That's an equitable trade. Some say you can murder with string. They go hand in hand. Kanan has been training me in some form of self-defense, techniques for protecting oneself when attacked. That's what self-defense is. Rather than defeating the opponent, self-defense training generally prioritizes simply getting oneself away from danger. Some people consider behavioral tenets such as run away when you're attacked or don't go near dangerous places to be forms of self-defense as well. That's what I'm saying. We're always saying string is a weapon. Why do you think we collect so much yarn? It's not because we think we're going to knit or learn to crochet. We want to be armed. Silly game, and she taught her how to be a weapon. Equitable. Don't overthink it, she says. People will either try to punch you, kick you, or grab you. If you can stay ready for those 3 things, you'll be able to take it from there. You know, they could have also learned a silly game and how to use a weapon at the same time if they played the hit game Bop It. Twist it. Pull it. Spin it. Flick it. I hated Bop It Extreme. Regular Bop It, that was kind of fun. Anyways. She demonstrates some defensive movements as I watched. That shit came out when I was like 5. Wow. Jesus. Sorry, my brain just zoomed through time. I follow suit, doing my best to mimic her. Okay, let's do this. Oh, oh, oh! Kaden throws a punch at me, I dodge, grab her by the wrist, and give her arm a hard twist. Incredibly, she goes whirling through the air. Damn! She lands nimbly on her feet, a little grin coming to her face. Nicely done, she says. I stare down at my own hand. Did I really just do that? Mm-hmm. Excuse me. Sorry. Once you repeat the movements enough, your body will treat them like second nature. Oh, boy. Do what she says, trying to repeat the movements over and over. Oh, boy. First, it feels like a silly gimmick, but eventually I can feel the motions growing smoother. Oh, my God. I'm getting nervous for the implications of these conversations. Like, is she actually gonna, like... I don't know how violent we're gonna get here. These are the hands of a killer, Bella. Oh my God. Also, 1 second. My allergies are going crazy right now. Feel the motions growing smoother. There you go. People like those thugs we met before won't get the drop on you again. I don't know, girl. Thugs? Now my memories zip further back into the past. I was wandering the streets trying to get back to my hotel, but I'd gotten lost. This isn't a stealth... Yeah, it could be. This feels like a Hitman game sometimes. By the time I realized I'd wandered into some dodgy back streets, I was already surrounded by people giving me threatening looks. Oh boy. They must have been thugs looking for tourists to rob. If they'd caught me, I'm not sure I would have made it out alive. But they hadn't. Kaden had seen to that. Oh, she sure did. She whooped their asses. Thank you so much for what you did for me. I didn't want there to be a scene here, Kaden says bluntly as she surveys the aftermath of the thugs' attack. That's all. I'd happened to be right underneath her apartment window and I was nearly abducted. Okay. They love the word it makes me uncomfy too. I don't like that word. At least they're not using it in like... Well, they could be using it in a racial context if we're thinking about it. Because they are referring to all the foreigners. Oh, it's not great. It's not great. I don't know. It makes me deeply uncomfortable too. Let's look up other words for thug. Ruffian, hoodlum. I don't like hoodlum either. Bully boy, bully, bandit, mugger, gangster, terrorist, gunman, murderer, killer, hitman, assassin, hooligan, vandal. What the fuck is this one? I don't want to say that one out loud. That might be... Definitely not saying that one. That is offensive. That's racist. Google. Why can't we call them ruffians and goons? I like ruffian. And goon. Ruffian makes me smile. Cutthroat. I'll take cutthroat. A bruiser. Bruiser's okay. Yeah, brute, pharaoh, brute's alright. I'll take brute. But I like ruffian. Rapscallion. Okay, rapscallion's probably a little silly. But I like rapscallion. We could also just stick with criminal. They use thug a lot. Yeah, I like goon and ruffian. Those are the words I wish they'd use more. For the gang kids, they could just call them delinquents. I'm okay with delinquents because they're just that. Yeah, okay. Well, I'm glad we all agree. But yeah, I can't believe I'm glad I didn't say the one out loud. When I looked it up, I was like, that is a slur. That is racist. That reaction was my suggest because I can see how that word can have connotations. No. Brute doesn't really have any to me. Or at least not as dense and heavy as like thug. And gangster goes hit or miss, depending on the person it's applied to. Like if they called all the kids in the SOS group or gang, I'm okay with calling them a gang. But if they called all the kids a gangster, but none of the grown-ups a gangster, I'm gonna squint. But yeah. Goon. Use goon. Great. Goon's a great word. I think goon's funny. Ruffian's funny. If I make a game and I gotta talk about bad guys, they're gonna be ruffians, rapscallions, and criminals. But that's just like, because I'm like cool. And I like the funny word. Bit by bit, my memories of Kanan are starting to resurface. I am not in the game. Oops. Just a little more. Just a little more, and I'll have myself back. I'm sure of it. Detective Toteno, where are you? A man's voice suddenly snaps me back into the moment. It's Kano. I've come as you asked. The gunman grabs me by the arm and yanks me to my feet. Where is Hitomi Osawa? He snarls. Why didn't you bring her? Detective Toteno, why are you doing this? Is that really Maria? My captor removes my blindfold. Look at the blimp. I don't know why I thought the blimp was an advertisement for Burning Man, and I was about to have a moment. The first thing I see is a huge blimp drifting slowly by overhead. Oh, she sees it too. Huh. I'm sure I've seen it before. And pretty recently at that. There's a flash of revelation inside my head, like a dam bursting. My memories come flooding back to me. I like how we get to hear her memories instead of hearing that story again. Oh shit. That was the GPS device! The necklace was on the ground! And that's what that guy does. He picks up knickknacks off the ground and sells it. That's her GPS device. Turn it on! Last night, I was at a party, sort of mixer with the exchange students. That yellow sweater is cute. Someone was plotting to use the party as an opportunity to abduct my sister Hitomi. Yeah. I appreciate curiosity, but it just makes me sad to think about how Google just be putting really offensive words like that, right? It's gross. Anyways. And so I told Hitomi that the party started 1 hour later than it really did. Wow. I had a plan to let myself get abducted in Hitomi's place. Of course, the idea wasn't just to let myself get kidnapped. The necklace I wore was outfitted with a tiny GPS. Wherever I happened to be taken, Kanan would be able to track my location. What we hadn't counted on, though, was my necklace getting torn off when I was attacked. Fuck. I'd managed to grab hold of it, but I hit my head when I was being shoved into the car and it slipped from my grasp. I'm not sure how far we drove after that. In my fuzzy memories, I recall gazing blearily out the car window. Oh, shit. Aya Kamiki. That was when I saw the blimp right after we parked. Of course it's an ad for her. Yes, it went fine. There was a man talking to someone on a cell phone. All right, I'll shut her up inside the storeroom. I'll be waiting in the room upstairs. Yeah, it was hers all along, and it was her GPS. The man dragged me out of the car and shoved me into some dark storeroom. Then I guess for good measure, he hit me on the head again. Damn, bitch. That's right. There's more of it coming back to me now. You spent your life living in a country at peace, in Japan. You couldn't possibly understand me. Oh, shit. Kanan again. So it's not like she and I became fast friends right away or anything. The two of us were too different in a lot of ways. Where do you draw the line? What would you protect with your life? What does justice mean to you? Here we go. Now this is the type of game this developer makes. They love these questions. A forlorn look came to her face whenever Kanan asked me a new question, and I never had a good answer for any of them. My flimsy grasp on my own personal identity made it hard for us to get along, yet I kept visiting Kanan's place for the duration of my trip. I recall doing the cat's cradle there at the table one time when we didn't have anything in particular to talk about. Her eyes had gone wide when she saw me deftly manipulating the string with my fingers. He could have just tied her up, yeah. But maybe he didn't want her awake in case she could get out. But at that point, I'm just like, isn't there a more humane way you can knock her out? Like, does this rag smell funny to you? Pooh, sleep. I mean, that's really gross phrasing, but I would rather they sedate her instead of just beat her on the head. I think that's bonkers. It's like, it's just way more violent. I don't know. Because I just... Quit hitting her in the head! I don't know, it just makes me upset. Who taught you how to do that, she asked. My mother. My real mother, that is. Kanan furrowed her brow. What do you mean, real? As opposed to my stepmother, I mean. My birth mother died after getting really sick. I was only 5 years old, so I don't remember her that well. I see, Kanan said. Her expression remained unchanged. What about your parents, Kanan? I don't have any. They died during the war. The war! It's always the war! Sorry. The bluntness of her response made my hand stop, the string still stretched between them. Sensing that we were treading on some serious ground, I hurried to change the subject. This game came out in 2008. Do you have any friends? No. Well, I used to have one. Her use of the past tense made me fear the worst, and I was right. He was killed, too, by an arms dealer named Alfard! That's why she... I need a light and happy moment for everyone. Here is miserable. Her tone was dry, matter of fact. Taking revenge for his death is my sole purpose in life. Damn, girl, you're like 15. Despite the gravity of her words, her face was an unreadable mask. She seemed almost incapable of human emotion. Girl, so, what sort of person is this Alfard? A destructionist who masquerades as a terrorist. Here we go. Here we go. I know how this is gonna go. Destructionist? That sure wasn't a term that came up a lot back in Japan. Alfard doesn't believe in God and holds no political ideology. The chaos and destruction is just to earn money in order to carry out more terrorist acts. So you're saying that this Alfard commits terrorism because it's fun? Hope and despair. Alright. Kanan nodded. That's why every now and then Alfred changes loyalties, just when you think you've found ties to some Middle Eastern terrorist organization. Turns out the job was for the American CIA. What the heck? So Alfred stands for nothing then? Kanan smiled dismissively at my little childish outburst. I can't help but feel a bit patronized. I twiddled my fingers, turning my cat's cradle into a bridge. Kanan's eyes fixed right back on the string. A tiny surge of pride replaced my annoyance. She went quiet, watching closely as I worked my fingers. The tension in the room faded as the silence between us lengthened. Oh boy. My stepbrother's the sort of person who couldn't do this thing, I said at last. This sort of thing. For some reason, I had a sudden urge to talk about my personal life. I guess she cares about herself more than looking after her children. She's not a bad person, though. She gives me weird bits of advice, like telling me to find someone to date, or that a woman's life is defined by a man. But it's not like I hate her or anything. I would. I'm sorry. Would you mind teaching me? Kanan asked softly. What? How to find a guy to date? No. She shook her head. Then she pointed to the cat's cradle strung between my fingers. Oh my god. Huh? Huh? Right. Yeah. She gives what advice? Yep, hang on. Alright. Weird bits of advice. Like telling me to find someone to date or that a woman's life is defined by a man. But it's not like I hate her or anything. I just think she is... I think I stinks, but I think she's a victim of her upbringing. Because her dad is Makino. You should hate her, Kate, please. Hi, Kate. Kate entering. Be a woman hater. I'm kidding. Hi Kate, love you. Yeah, I think she's a victim of her upbringing with Makino because I think he's really fucked up. I'm scared of her dad, dude. He'd make me be I would either be the most rebellious I've ever been in my life or super obedient. Her dad is scary. Based on based on the encounters we've had with him on these timelines, that's a scary motherfucker. He doesn't care if everyone in Shibuya dies. I'm afraid of that man. Also, this is the sweetest moment we've had in all the tension in like the last hour. This game has been so fucking tense. Hello? Who hurt you? Passing on trauma is shitty and I can feel bad for you and not want you in my life. Yes. It's more of me having immense pity and then just minding my own business. That's the real vibe. Yeah. Like, I wouldn't harbor resentment. I got that kind of, well, I would harbor the pity. I would say I don't have that kind of energy for strong negative emotion, but a lot of pity can be kind of negative after a while. I'm a pity hoarder. Just, Except for that girl I knew in high school who has a really ugly baby. I'm sorry. I told myself I wouldn't bring it up again, but a changeling crossed with a chupacabra. That's the meanest thing I've ever heard. It's so funny. So funny. Then she pointed to the cat's cradle strung between my fingers. Oh, you mean this? I like how we're not allowed to see Kanan in this space. So I took her by her hand and started to teach her the cat's cradle. Hey, do you mind if I ask you something? I said after a while. What's that? That friend you mentioned earlier. What was he like? Kanan's fingers went still. Oh boy. It's better if you don't ask. If I tell you, you won't want to come here anymore. That's not true, I insisted. Oh no, even though I'm a terrorist, she replied curtly. Huh? I mean, I want to learn more about her tattoo. I'm uncomfortable. A terrorist is one who uses fear and violence to attain political objectives. The term has its origins in the Reign of Terror in 18th century France, known in French as Le Terreur. I definitely pronounced that really poorly. I don't remember how to speak French anymore. Did it for 7 years. Retained nothing. I swallowed a sudden lump in my throat, unable to find words. We fight for righteousness, but you people call us terrorists. Am I wrong? Oh? How do we define righteousness? Oh, hang on, we got an ad. Let me pause. Yeah, upon reflecting on a few events in my childhood that I won't get into, I've actually realized that I do not want to be pitied. Yeah. Usually, the people I pity, we've had such a large distance apart that they probably wouldn't see it that way. But yeah. Like, I think I brought up before, like, my really, really bad roommates I had before. Like, in the moment, I wanted to hate them, but instead I was just, like, disappointed and afraid and anxious. And now that we've had some distance, it's pity for me. I know they hate me and resent me. It's been expressed as much. But if anything, I feel really sorry for them for how miserable they are. That's how I tend to be. But yeah, there's when I really sit and think about it, like I resent them for a little bit, but then after a while I start to feel sorry, which is kind of rooted in how I was taught to forgive and forget, but I don't forget, I feel bad. Not great. Anyways, that was a little bit too personal. Let's read the righteousness. In the religious sense, the state of being virtuous, free of sin, and observant of the proper rules of moral conduct. Not the same as being in the right, though many people equate the two. This is sounding like a conversation I've had with my therapist about OCD. I need to get insurance again, because we've talked a lot about this subject. It's great. Bless your heart is way more emotionally damaging than fuck you. Yes. I feel a lot more heat in my body for that. Oh, ad break's over now, but yes, since we're on an ad break, I guess I can get some content in 5th grade. I got into an argument with some friends and I shouted, "You're not being good friends," and one of them blurted, "We're only friends with you because we feel sorry for you." Damn. Yeah, I remember a kid in elementary school, getting into a fight with another kid once, and they said, "I'm only nice to you because my mom told me to." That wasn't directed at me, but if that was directed at me, I think I would have passed away. My mom always did tell me growing up, like, you should be kind to other people first. Because you don't want to go into it, like, heated. She's like, you don't want to start off being really cruel to somebody. And if you were kind of mean and tense, like, apologize and, like, own up to it. She always told me to express kindness first. But if my mom ever was like, "Hey, you need to be friends with this kid because I told you to and I feel sorry for them," nope. I couldn't handle that, and I couldn't be on the receiving end. Yeah, bless their little hearts, 100%. That sucks. That's so, ugh. I'm sorry, Pharaoh, that's a bummer. In my 20s, I realized that interaction was why I was second-guessing the sincerity of my friendships and thinking, what if they're faking it? Yeah. That is tragic. Sorry, a friend of mine just told me that they also sometimes look at people's babies and call them ugly, and I felt sinister, and I felt very connected in the moment. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have read that, but it made me laugh. I'm sorry. Sometimes I see a thing blink and I gotta read it, and it's very funny. I'm sorry. Shit sucks, especially the recovery. Yes. Yeah. Not quite friendships, but when I was trying to, like, date in middle school, 3 people I went to confessed to me something first, and it was either liking my sister or one of my friends. So I had a tough time dating under the age of, well, between the ages of what, like 15 and 21, 22, because everybody I said I was gonna have feelings for, before I could tell them, bam, I like your sister. I like your friend. Or they broke up with me. I had a really bad breakup with an internet partner who was, like, honestly really scummy. And I didn't see the red flags because rose-colored glasses. When the split happened, I messaged this person on my sister's phone, and they spent the whole time saying that they wish they had the other sibling because they liked my sister better than me. And that all along they knew that I was like, ooh. Yeah, that was bad. Yeah, from, like, middle school to drinking age. I've gotten a lot better with it now. But it was rough. That was like 7-8 years of, like, that happened a lot. It was oof. Big oof. Yeah. I will say, I will say, and the message is alcohol made it better then. I mean, being able to drink and find my own friend group that wasn't just insulated groups online and the township I happened to go to school in really helped. Because when I turned 21, I started, like, traveling on my own and going to stuff like PAX and, like, going to Boston and, like, making my own friend groups and breaking out of the really tight-knit, very cliquey internet groups I was in. And that helped out a lot. So, and then I went to a lot of bars, and I was able to have some really nice conversations with people in, like, really quiet bars. I didn't drink a lot because I was terrified of throwing up. I was terrified of being drunk in public. Scared the piss out of me. I would be like, have one beer or a cocktail. And this was at like the height of every dude was making beer at home, and so everybody loved IPAs, and I pretended to like IPAs for 2-3 years. That was the fakest time in my life. Those are nasty. I've had some good IPAs here and there, but for the most part they're not very good, and that was the darkest time. But yeah, it helped being able to like branch out and not have friends who just happen to share a zip code with me. So this feels extra tense because of how sad this music is. But yeah, highly recommend. There is a greater world out there, but it's hard to believe that is true when the only thing you've known in your K through 12 is that zip code. Coming to terms with that was really helpful. And also, like, it was easier for me to identify my queerness because I found my people. Because, like, I was always like, yeah, I'm like bi ? And that didn't feel more solidified because I didn't really identify with being a girl. It just didn't fit. I like girly things. Right, you just had the story about the guy just pulling a bottle of his homebrew out of his bag unprompted. Yeah, that happened to me a lot. It was really weird. Guys would just have like a backpack and you want to try my beer? And they would give it to everyone except me because I wasn't cool enough, and that kind of made me sad. But then I found different friends, so I didn't have those weird moments. But yeah, being able to find people that had queer experiences that made sense to me, and be able to come out as non-binary bisexual and like fully understanding what bisexual meant, instead of just thinking it meant two genders, boy, girl, because that just never felt right to me. But pan never felt right to me either. That helped a lot too. I needed a lot. Queer identity helped a lot. Did a lot of self-discovery to make those years of always being second or third best fucking but yeah, that's what I think about. That was rough. In those years I would have rather been pitied and hated versus like not great enough. I had a best friend literally tell me if they met someone else first, they would have been better friends with them, but they met me first and they felt loyalty because I showed up in their life like a month or two before this other person showed up in their life. And I was like, okay. Huh. I also had a crush on her. And I was trying to like work out those feelings. Oh, it was rough. It was rough. It was rough. I'm still haunted by it. Like, I was graduating high school. She was like just turning 17. I had been 18 for a couple of months. And she was like, yeah, if I met this other person, I think we would have been best friends. We'd been really close because we hung out like every day for months. And then she told me that. Haunting. Oh, that one actually still kind of hurts. That's a little bit of a knife twist. Because you can only have one best friend. Yeah, I had several best friends in life who said that I could only call them their best friend, but they could call everyone else their best friend, and that was kind of difficult. Because if I referred to anyone else as my bestie, they got really mad. But yeah, she in particular was telling me that she would have been better friends with someone else if they knew her first. But I had dibs, and I was like, what do you mean? Oh, that. Oh. Sometimes I want to ask her about it. I think about it. But yeah, that's why he's best friend. You rank your friends. She wasn't even friends with this other person. She was just imagining a different life because she liked who this person was a little bit more because they were a bit more spontaneous. I'm very much like, have you ever seen Tarzan? Hang on, I'm gonna press this button. You ever seen Tarzan? And you know how he's like wild and doing flips when he's a little kid in the elephant pool, and then there's Tantor who's like, are you sure your water is sanitary? It looks questionable to me. And I don't know. That was always me. I was always abundantly cautious. I was not the type of person to go float around in a lake. I'd seen too many episodes of Monsters Inside Me. I don't know how to swim. I don't like short, unstable heights. I get a little goofy and I get a little weird, but I'm incredibly careful all the time. I I'll be spontaneous, but like within reason and with like safety precautions, right? The girl I liked was way more intense, and she's like, if I break a bone, I break a bone. They reheal. I was like, I've never broken a bone, and I would like to maintain that streak. I've severely twisted an ankle, but you know, she was like also more carefree hippie. Yeah, it was rough. Imagine saying that about a kid. You're my firstborn, so I have to love you more, but I'd like your sibling more. Yeah, I actually know someone who's like that. I know someone who had that said to them. Please try not to break your bones. Yeah, she's like, well, it's not that bad to climb a tree, and like if you fall, and I'm like, no, I'm good. I won't climb the tree. I don't need to climb the tree. I don't need to go running with the wolves. I will watch a movie on TV and we'll talk about it together, and then we'll do something else that's silly and reckless and goofy. You know, I'm trying to keep my streak. Yeah. I joked to her that I successfully made it without having a teenage pregnancy. She's like, I don't think it's that bad. And I was like, huh? And she was like, you could just get an abortion. I'm like, I don't want to have the risk. And she's like, she always was like, well, if there's anything bad that could happen, there's a solution. And I was like, I appreciate your optimism, sweetheart, but there are some problems where I don't want to go through those solutions, you know? She's changed a little bit since then. She's not quite as reckless. She was really reckless when we were young. Hoping I'll be like my late grandmother and not break one until I'm in my 90s. I hope I never. I wanna go whoosh all the way to the end, baby. No bones broken. Yeah, she was wild. She got a little bit less intense with those, like, oh, if something bad happens, you can just undo it type of vibes a little later on, but right up front, not quite. But yeah, I do know someone whose parents were like, yeah, you're our eldest child, and we felt a closer kinship with you when you were born, but it's also because they were trying really hard for a boy, and their eldest was not a boy, and their one right after their eldest was a boy, and they were like, we feel like we have to love you a bit more because you're our first, but if we had your brother, we probably would have stopped. I'm like, my parents told me that everybody's going down. there's nothing will remain. Are you kidding me? I'm haunted by it. Not even my story. Haunting. Because their firstborn was their miracle baby because they'd been trying. And then they were like, oh, we got the boy we always wanted. We want to love him more, but you're a miracle. I'm like, whoa. Jail. Have a therapy fund for that kid? Oh, she went no contact. I don't blame her. I just, parents who only want a specific gender are so weird to me. 1,000%. 1,000%. And then they got to the point, I guess, where they're like, well, any baby that's healthy is the baby that we want. And then surprise, number 2, like 4 years later. I don't think there's enough therapy to like recover from that. I think that's like borderline irreversible damage. Anyways, we should play a video game. I'm sorry. Some people are wild. Some people are wild. That was a really long tangent. Forgive me. She cast a quick look at my face while talking about righteousness. Yep. But I mean, you protected me. My voice wavered as I replied. Ooh. I love our chats, yeah. Yeah. We have fun here. I know I have. Hang on, let me read it before I like show my whole entire ass. I think I have in my rules, like, hey, no bummers, but the bummer's okay if I bring them up. Bummers and ugly babies. Oh my god, they said thugs again. He protected me. My voice wavered as I replied. All I did was take down some thugs. They need to pick a different word. I just didn't want them around. What could I say to that? I just stammered. Oh my god. Nah, I'm just messing with you, huh? Kanan flashed me another slight condescending grin. I was just joking. Don't worry about it. Stop. Feel times with Sparkly. Yo. I need to give myself like a jar every time I do that. Just put like $10 in it. And it's gotta be $10, because if it's like a quarter, I'll be like, who carries coins? But I didn't get the sense that everything she'd said was a joke. Even if calling herself a terrorist was an exaggeration, the world Kanan lived in was unquestionably a dangerous one. It was a $10 jar. Go broke in 4 days. Sorry. I could tell that from the cold look in her eyes, a look you never expect from an ordinary girl. Yeah. She's dangerous. Just what sort of hardships had she endured to acquire that deadly stare? Having lived all my life in peaceful Japan, I could scarcely imagine. Stop. The specifying the peaceful is like a little... That felt icky. Well, where's that money go to then? Soap for my mouth. And soup for my family. I'm sorry. I feel crazy. What time is it? It is 10:23. How am I already losing my mind? Is it because I watched the Snoop Dogg video for True Blood? I understand what they mean, but it sounds so gross and weird. Yeah, it does. You haven't talked to your grandma? Yes, it makes me think of a dating show I was watching that was all about people doing goodwill in other countries and like doing a backpacking trip, and it was like a dating show. It was a Japanese dating show, and they were basically going around and going on a bit of a missionary pilgrimage to find someone to love and talk about how great Japan it was. I didn't pick up on the Japanese propaganda part of it until after I watched the second season. I was like, wait a second, why does this make me uncomfortable? Why does this make me uncomfortable? Yeah, it was a really weird, it was a dating show. And they all went by nicknames. Nobody went by their actual name on that show. Like, one of the guys went by Shy Boy because he had trouble dating because he was so incredibly shy, and all he wanted to do was sing and play guitar and find the woman of his life. It was called Love Wagon. Anyway, it was a weird it was fun at first, and then I watched more seasons and it became less and less fun. I was like, what? Anyways, Imperial Japanese Army did nothing wrong. They basically said stuff like that for the countries they would visit, but like not as intensely. But yes, that it was like, but they didn't do that in like the first season that I watched. It wasn't like that. And then the second season made me squint. And I was like, what is this? And then I decided to watch it with my partner. And it was a new season and we were watching it together and it was Ick City. I was like, what is going on? That show made me feel wild. Kanan tried and failed several times to get the cat's cradle right, but she didn't give up. She worked fastidiously, don't correct me. They said, let's double down. I was like shaking. I was like, well, I've betrayed you. I'm sorry, Ryan. This is fucked up. Fastidiously by herself, fingers continuing to shift awkwardly about. Okay, here we go. She hooked the string around her fingers and spread her palms. It's kind of like why I gave up watching Terrace House. When I found out like a lot of those people sucked and they had all that controversy, it made going back to rewatch that really hard. Like, I know it's a reality show and it's not 1000% what they're presenting, but damn, did that shit hurt. Because it felt so wholesome until it wasn't. But the string shape just collapsed into a jumbled mess. Confound it. No one talks like that. Okay, one more time. I can see that being a propaganda strategy of we have season 1 be apolitical, then we start putting talking points in season 2. What's wild was this was a revamp of the show. So by the time I watched it, this was like America's Next Top Model, where they had like cycle number 48. I didn't know that. I thought this was a brand new show. I learned that like episode 3 or 4. They were like, previously on this show, we've had so many couples. Some are married and have children. Look, here they are now. And I was like, what? It was like a legacy. It was wild show. You can make this into a game with 2 people, you know. I plucked the string from Kanan's hands. You pass the string back and forth. Why don't we try that? It's more fun than doing it by yourself. I wrapped the string around my fingertips. What do you say? Want to give it a go? Kanan looked dubious. The intricately intertwined strings were like the world in a way. What had started as a single thread was now something that couldn't be undone just by pulling on it. I held my hands out, twirling the string around my fingers. Kanan took the pattern from me and spread her palms apart. The explicit detail of them playing with this string. This is too many details. Like, I don't know. It feels extra flirty. I know they're bonding as friends right now, but it feels weirdly flirty and I don't like it. She made a perfect bridge between her hands. The shy grin that came to her face made her finally look like a normal girl. Oh my God, Maria! I followed suit with a childish little laugh of my own. Maria's like, finally, a woman. Maria! And as if in a blaze of sunshine, the fog that's been hanging over my mind finishes receding. I remember everything. Yeah, normal girl. Maria, please. She's weird. She's a weirdo. She like is a terrorist and fights people. She's weird. She's a little quirky. Maria. I remember everything. My name is Maria Osawa. My sister is Hitomi Osawa. And Kanan, she's a dear friend who I met in a far-off land. Girl! In a far-off land. I hate this language. She helped me once and now it's my turn to help her. I love Maria as a character, but this dialogue's a little weird. I close my eyes as I reflect upon these precious memories, all the dearer for having been lost. Can't stop saying that, please. Now when I try to picture Kanan, I can do so clearly. It's just as if I thought before. My memories are what make me who I am, and I would never choose to forget them. I feel almost as if my time had stopped for me while my history was gone, and now it started moving again. I'm finally back to being me, Maria. Ooh, a video! Sorry. They give me 2 seconds of 2 seconds of video and I break, and I have to go. I have to go back there one more time. Oh shit. Oh, Maria's story is done. End of her story. And she has really pretty eyes. This is true. Gotta get the wind in her hair. What does that mean? Maria doesn't have a role to play anymore. Holy shit. Okay, let's read the hints. There's no real reason to go there. Different course of action. Okay. Wow, we got a true end. I didn't expect that. He's got to make another decision. He needs to decide he has allies. That's what he's got to do. I loved her silly scenes, but they just said, you ain't getting nothing silly anymore, bitch. Slap. I feel like they just hit me with a wet fish. I feel like I just got hit with a wet fish. Like, I didn't think we were going to get an ending. I'm shook. Okay. I have no more allies, Osawa thought. All I have left now are foes. Still, he'd have to take Makino at his word right now. That was his only course of action. Yes. What did Makino say? You'll do nothing for my daughter. That's what you're saying. That's not what I'm saying. You can point a representative more quickly. Yeah, I just have to listen to Makino. I have to obey him. That's fucked. I don't want to do that. Fuck Makino. I'm so... Okay. I hate it here. I have my memory back. Yeah, no. I mean, we're done with her perspective. Yeah, we're done with her perspective. That's what I was meaning. Yeah. We're done with her story. Because the only thing she wanted from the jump went back when she was Tama. If we go back... I think, like, even with the name of one of her scenes. Even when we meet her, she was like, I am merely a cat. I have amnesia. I am a cat. I recognize this necklace. It's intriguing to me. I need it. I don't know why. I am merely a cat. I would like to know who I am, but right now I am a cat. And that was her only goal. Osawa's only goal was to get his girls back, but now everything has changed. And his goal has shifted from just wanting to get his girls back to trying to understand what's going on with Akoshi Pharmaceuticals. When Norikawa's initial only goal was to help Toyama and get his writing done before 4 p.m. and 4 p.m. come gone, baby. Now he wants to get a bigger scoop, and all he wants to know is the truth of what's going on with Osawa. Kano, his whole thing was rescuing these girls, but then a deeper conspiracy's happened. So once we deal with Maria, Kano is going to save her, and then she's going to kind of be put aside. Because we got to figure out what's going on with Hitomi and the crime syndicate. I feel like with Maria's timeline over, there's a small chance we might get a new NPC, be it Kanan or Stanley. I don't think Stanley's that likely because he's been hanging out with Ashi, but I think there might be a new protagonist that might show up, is my guess. And we don't have the color orange on this wheel. We don't have black, we don't have white, we don't have brown, if I had to make a guess. Ashi's only thing was he saw a girl that he wanted to help, but he doesn't know about the plot with his sister in Hitomi's life. Like, he does, but also doesn't. It's like real muddy. He knows his dad wants to do something fucked up. If anything, I think we might get a new character that might join us to tie up loose ends, because we've met, based on my notes, like 100 people so far. And if they were to give me a bonus episode where I got to play as Yanagashita, I would never bitch again. I would only know joy. I would never... My skin would clear. My posture would get a little taller. I love Yanagashita. I could do a whole spin-off game on being him and just doing scams and watching him fail catastrophic. I love him. Sorry. Still, he just had to take what Makino said as word right now. That was his only course of action. If I were playing this game, yeah, my skin would clear. Yeah. If I were playing this game on my own, the way I would be cross-referencing my notes every 5 seconds, way more than I am now, I would be drawing relationship charts. I'm trying so hard not to draw relationship charts. I would run out of paper. I feel like I need a whiteboard in here. I wish I had a big enough office, because, like, this is something I would map. Now I'm trying to think about where I put a whiteboard. You don't have room, Sparkly, but I want one. If I didn't already have so many, like, noise panels, oh, the fuck I would just put it right there. Anyways. Osawa sat down in front of his computer and quietly closed his eyes. If only I could just go to sleep and wake up tomorrow morning and find all of this resolved. All I'm asking for is a miracle. But he knew reality would never be so kind. He could hold his eyes shut as long as he wanted, and it wouldn't make this hopeless situation go away. He felt the anxiety welling up inside him until it seemed like he was going to explode. Needing a distraction from his helplessness, Osawa opened up Ayanet. Oh, he's gonna be talking to Pretty Honey. He knew this was mere escapism, but he couldn't just sit back and do nothing while waiting for Makino to call back. He posted a new topic with the title Aya Fortune Teller. Stop! Quit doing the fortune teller. It's already telling you you're lonely. I tried the Aya Fortune Teller. My results basically said I was a bad person who can't connect to the people around me, sir. He's obsessed. And you know what? That's exactly right. He needs to touch grass. I'm sorry. I don't like saying that, but he needs to. I'm only interested in my own little world. That's probably why my wife and my assistant at work got so fed up with me and close to each other. They're fucking you idiot. I'm sorry. I don't know why I snapped that. Sorry. It's the same with my 2 daughters. He also types really slow. Can you type like a little faster? What sort of things are they interested in? Well, you know, Maria's interests are the Middle East. And that's it. He doesn't know anything about these girls. Do they have a lot of friends? What are their aspirations for the future? You do know that they're cute and they won a beauty contest, right? Do you at least know that, sir? I don't know any of those things. It never even occurred to me to find out. You're just, oh my God. I'm such a terrible father. Good Lord. At least he's acknowledging it now, I guess. But it only took the trauma of one of his daughters being kidnapped and the other one also not being around. Yeah, her interest, Middle East, wild. Okay, this picture's really cute, and it makes me think of the kindergarten girls we met earlier that were really cute. Remember them? They were hanging out with Minorikawa, and they were like making fun of the one journalist who's like too bashful for her own words. I think she's supposed to show up if we go to Toyama's, because she was in the preview for this hour. Fingers crossed, because I like her. What's her name? Chiaki? She's cute. Osawa's fingers ceased their tapping on the keyboard as he thought back to when Maria and Hitomi were younger. This is precious. Daddy, Daddy! The 2 girls would follow him around like a pair of puppies. Their father was their everything. That much was clear just by looking at their faces. You used to be fun until your first wife died, huh? He felt a ticklish giddiness at having his girls cling to him so, that he never felt anything like it in his life, but there were times where he also found it tiresome. Must have been around when your wife died. I'm sick of being the person I am. Sir, you're in pharmaceuticals. I bet you got incredible insurance. See a therapist. There's nothing I can do about that, though. I'm sure it's far too late for me to change. You are, like, in your 40s. You got time. You got time. He poured out his negative emotions into his post. The way I would ban you from the forum. Shut up. It felt like stream of consciousness drivel, but he didn't hesitate to write it down all the same. He wanted other people to know what a miserable excuse for a human being he was. At last, when he couldn't think of anything else to add, he posted his bitter confession to the forum. He was staring numbly at the monitor when he heard a furious shout from the next room. You've got to be kidding me! It was Kajiwara, and Osawa had never heard him so angry. Oh, hell yeah. Kids, I love you, but I need to walk to the kitchen. Please let my legs go. Yeah, you just gotta make it a little cute and silly. That's what I would do. Oh, Kajiwara's upset because they're no longer doing the investigation and he doesn't want them to leave. That's why he said he's up. Oh my God. Osawa headed into the living room and found Kajiwara embroiled in a vehement argument with the other detectives. I don't care what HQ's policy is. I will not just quietly go along with this. Kajiwara had already screamed himself red in the face. Kajiwara's a real one. That's my type. You're out of line, snapped one MPD detective. Kishi Sawatari with the Metropolitan Police Department's first criminal investigation section. Having heard of Kajiwara's past deeds from friends at the Shibuya precinct, he recommended to his boss that Kajiwara be assigned to the investigation at the Osawa residence. Where's my pen? There it is. After seeing the detective's interactions with Osawa, he is confident that his recommendation was in the right. However, given the circumstances, he can't help but take a cold stance toward Kajiwara. He's my lover, and I will protect him. Yeah. Let me put down this name, because we just got a new detective, and the amount of times some of these people have shown up, and the amount of times some of these people have not shown up ever again is making me crazy. My notes look insane. Kishi Sawatari. MPD detective. Cold to Kajiwara. He also has like Luigi energy, and then he's like a goofy man. Kajiwara and Minorikawa, if we mash them together, to me, that's Luigi. Respectfully. That's how they are in my heart. Hold your tongue. I don't care if I'm out of line. You may have talent, I'll give you that, the other detective said. But you're a precinct detective, and this isn't your jurisdiction. It's not your place to question orders from higher up. Wait, Osawa thought. Kajiwara really is a is a real detective after all? I'm so stumped on where to drive names for this one character. Well, Kaji Wara, right there. The fact that Osawa was doubting him as a detective and only believes it when all the other detectives are like, we respect you, but no, is so... This man's wild for that. Go on, explain the situation to Mr. Osawa. Kajiwara bit his lip in frustration at the other detective's order. Very well, he said. But before he say more, Osawa noticed that the police equipment had all been cleared off of the table. He didn't believe it. He doubted his abilities. It's because he's only a precinct detective. He's not high enough on the ranks. Which is very silly. Everybody only answers the kuze! Hold on, Osawa said. What's going on? Has something happened? Allow me to explain, sir, Kajiwara said. His bitterness showed plainly on his face. We've been recalled, sir. Osawa narrowed his eyes, fighting to keep the confusion from his face. When you're recalled, the MPD has established a security force headed by members of its Public Security Bureau to deal with the bioterrorist... Biotailwind? Why is it coming out ooh-woo? To deal with the bioterrorist threat. Because the kidnapping task force has not yet found Maria and she's infected with the virus, the task force personnel have instead been absorbed into the security force and will continue their work under its direction. Yeah, Japanese style. Yeah. This happened yesterday too. I kept saying Taoism. I don't know why. I think it's because my tongue genuinely feels like it's growing in my mouth. What do you mean by that? He was shaking, terrified to have his suspicions confirmed. I'm truly sorry, sir, for having been unable to help you. Kajiwara gave a deep and solemn bow. But Maria, what's going to happen to Maria? Another unit has been tasked with bringing your daughter into custody, sir. That much, at least, Osawa could process. You're going to place her under quarantine, aren't you? Kajiwara's lips stiffened, but he nodded. In order to minimize the spread of the virus, so I'm told. No, Osawa cried. You can't do that. If you do, there won't be any way to save her. His head spun. Please, I beg of you. You need to get Maria to me. I might be able to save her. When Kajiwara didn't respond, he turned to the other detectives. Please, don't. You can't place Maria under quarantine. But the detective's only answer was to avert their eyes. Why are you all ignoring me? Please, you have to listen. Oh my god, if you bring her to me, I can figure something out. I know I can. This is intense. He plunked himself down on the floor, yelling and flailing his arms like a child throwing a tantrum. Shit. Maria is clearly his favorite. We'll be quiet. I'm hunting Taoist. Ford, that's me. The detectives exchanged sullen looks with one another and then walked off and left him there. He knew he must be a sorry sight, but nevertheless he kept shouting after them. Please don't stand by and let my daughter die. We haven't had a single goof in like 2 hours. I'm losing it. Look at him and his boyfriend. Only Kajiwara remained with him in the living room. I'm sorry, sir. The way that painting is just leaning on that string is stressing me out. This was beyond my ability to stop. He gave another apologetic bow. Osawa felt suddenly deflated. No. You've done a fine job, Detective Kajiwara. It's me who should be sorry. I've made such a disgraceful display of myself. That's not true, sir. In fact, I'm deeply moved. I can tell how much Maria must mean to you. Osawa shook his head. If I'd really been thinking about Maria, I would have made an effort to work with you detectives more. That was all just self-absorbed shouting. A moment of emotional selfishness. And yet, as a result, you convinced me to stay here with you. They should kiss. Kajiwara proceeded to pull out his phone and put in a request with the task force headquarters to remain at the Osawa residence. He got into a heated spat with his commanding officer, but ultimately received permission to stay on as the police liaison with Osawa. Well, the detective said when he hung up, you see, there are some people who are legitimately moved by a parental display of emotion, even if I'm not certain that I can do very much in staying here with you. That's not true, Osawa replied. There's plenty you can help me with. He looked into Kajiwara's face and smiled. For instance, I can have a banana whenever I want. You find things that have gone missing. That fried egg on rice you made me was delicious. I'm gonna call out this one because that was really cute. That was cute. No kiss. No kiss. Yeah. The fried egg on rice you made me was delicious. Kajiwara let out a bright little laugh. Stop. Oh, that's so nice of you to say. You flatter me. It's not flattery. Osawa shook his head seriously. Honestly, Got a hankering for more. I wish I had your cooking skills, detective. I want these two to be best friends until they're nice and old. And I also want them to live together in a cute little apartment with a cute little balcony where they grow their own little plants and herbs. And Osawa and Kajiwara have matching aprons with Kajiwara's little cartoon character on it. And he learns to make egg rice. And they hold hands by linking their pinkies together. And they sit on the couch. And they watch crime shows together. And Kajiwara explains how that's not how it really works down in the police station. And then they watch stuff like Grey's Anatomy. And Osawa's like, that's not how medicine really works either. And then they have a good little laugh. And then they go to bed with their really weird hairy cat that looks like an owl. And that's what I'm picturing. And the cat's name is Omelet. Okay, anyways, that's my ship. When I did my Pokemon Smash or Eat, that was just non-stop me giving headcanons. It was dark times. I can't help it. This is just who I am. I ship them. But despite the praise, Kajiwara's smile took on a note of sadness. Oh no, anyone can make something like that after living alone like I have. Oh! Fuck! Osawa was surprised to hear that he lived alone. The detective looked like he was old enough to likely be married by now. Oh, God. Doing this job caused me to neglect my family. Finally, about 2 years ago, my wife hit me with the divorce paperwork. I wanted to be able to keep our daughter with me, but, well, the law tends to favor the mother when it comes to custody issues. Sir? Kajiwara. Him saying that kind of, I waggled my finger. So he's living alone. Living alone was a newer thing after being separated from his wife and daughter. That fried egg on rice? My daughter used to love that. Stop, is that so? I can cook more proper dishes, but for whatever reason, she just really loved that one. The detective then pulled 2 bars of chocolate from his pocket. Meji. Osawa accepted one, but said nothing. My daughter was fond of this brand of chocolate, too. It also looks like so fake in this picture. Like, the color on it's very funny. Not this. Kajiwara snapped off a bit of his own bar and popped it into his mouth. I would warn her that she'd get cavities if she ate too much, but she'd stuff her face to the point that there was practically always chocolate smeared around her mouth. Wouldn't it be funny if his daughter was cheery? I know she's not, but something about his daughter being cheery makes me laugh. And I would deadass love that, but it sounds like she was really young. They're not related, but it's a nice little tee-hee moment. There's no way, but... Well, I'm about to get divorced. You're divorced. What are 2 single men to do alone? Share chocolate and bananas in their pockets. Kajiwara sighed and a forlorn smile came to his face. I guess the fact that I always carry stuff like this around in my pockets just means that I'm a fool who doesn't know how to let go. Osawa shook his head. I don't think that's true at all. He understood full well what it was like to have a daughter always in one's thoughts. Osawa too broke off a piece of chocolate and slipped it into his mouth. It was sweet and milky, a taste a child would love. I don't know why I read it that way. He licked the residual chocolate from his fingertips and turned back to Kajiwara. The 2 men smiled at one another. Here is a man Osawa could really talk to. He was sure of that much now. Detective, I apologize. I've kept things from you because I was worried that they involved classified corporate information. Oh? Kajiwara's eyes glimmered with interest. Earlier today I received some emails. They could be pertinent to the case. Would you mind letting me see them? Osawa shook his head. On the contrary. He answered, would you mind, correctly. When you say would you mind, you say no, I don't mind. But people always say yes, and then they let you do the thing, and it makes my brain hurt. Back in front of his computer, Osawa saw that IANet was still open. Pretty Honey had responded to his forum post. We gotta read it. One moment, just let me read this. We gotta see what he said. Osawa read the response. Is he relating? I got that same result. Oh, the way I'm writing a whole relationship in my mind. Yeah, see? Pretty honey OMG. Two dads chilling in a hot tub on Ayaka Miki's internet. Because they're not gay. Do you really think it's too late? Don't give up hope. Hang in there. The fact that this scary ass man, Rumi's dad, Shizuo, or something like that, is this intimidating ass man, and he just be posting this cutesy shit, I'm obsessed with him. I'm obsessed. That's his best friend. It's just three bro. I want all three of them to be together. I don't know why I fart noised when I said three. That's a weird. I keep doing it. I'm gonna drink some water. I think I'm going crazy. I'm so sorry. It's never too late. Every family has its share of problems. Like, you'll never find one that doesn't, I'm sure. When it comes to family, there's no such thing as game over. So don't let it get you down, Julie. Oh my god. Besides, I did learn one thing from reading your post. In the end, a father's happiness is his daughter's happiness. Everyone on this forum is fucking killing me. Kajiwawa peered into the monitor. A young girl is posting to a forum for people 40 and older. He's clocked it right away. He's like, that's a grown-ass man. It's pretty, honey. She always replies to my threads. The detective furrowed his brow. I see. Is something the matter? No. That last line there just has me curious is all. A young girl writing something like that. Well, that's neither here nor there right now. Let me see those emails if you would. Clocked it right away! Osawa opened his email. He needs to be a part of the cyber crimes unit. He'd be so good at it. Kajiwara's great. Pulled up the images of the human testing on the monitor. Oh, I don't want to look at those again. I don't want to look at those again. I don't want to... Can we, like, skip this? It's very sweet in a pathetic way, actually. Yeah, it's kind of cute. What is this? Kajiwara stared at the monitor as if unable to look away. Yeah, teared up. It's cute. These are images from unauthorized clinical testing of an antiviral drug I developed, carried out by my company without my knowledge. Image of a... I'm sorry, what was that? The detective frowned at the unfamiliar terminology. Oh, boy. Oh, no! Oh, no! Do not steal. I'm a menace. Oh my god. Thank you, but also, oh my god, I'm so embarrassed. This is Sparkly's fanfic. Memories. Oh my god. In simple terms, the antiviral is a wonder drug to combat the UA virus. Hold on. Maria's infected with the UA virus? Isn't that right? Yes, UA is a species of virus discovered in South Africa relatively recently. Roughly 12 hours after infection, patients develop a cough, then a fever, then begin vomiting, and ultimately begin to bleed uncontrollably from all over, resulting in death. Oh. The mortality rate is... Osawa was reluctant to say it. Kajiwara held his breath, waiting. It's nearly 100%. Kajiwara shuddered. But wait, he said after a moment. If you have this wonder drug, then Maria... Osawa shook his head. Without Tanaka, I have no means of getting it out of the lab. That man is alive! Oh, I'm losing it. Kajiwara's frown deepened. I see. It may not be much to go on, but I think we can put together at least one piece of our little mystery here. Ooh. Pardon me one moment. Let's read it. A mystery is something difficult or impossible to explain. An enigma. I'll have you know. Oh, that's very funny. You see plenty of books titled The Mystery of Such and Such or The Secret of or whatever. Or The Hidden Staircase. On bookstore shelves, but when you read them, you're invariably disappointed by the mystery not being that mysterious after all. Okay, call out Nancy Drew. Call out Scooby-Doo. Kajiwara inspected the email address of the sender, A, then brought up the mail header. You don't see email addresses like this much. It's seemingly from a foreign country, but that may be fake. You can tell that just from the email? The detective flashed a little grin. Oh, he is in the cyber crimes unit. The detective flashed a little grin. Take a look here. So if you just do this, and then this, his fingers flew over the keyboard, calling up the header details, singling out the received from field. This set of 4 numbers at the bottom is the sender's IP address. Think of it as an ordinarily hidden location marker of sorts. As he spoke, the detective pulled up a website called IP Station. He's making this so easy. Enhance. He copy and pasted the set of 4 numbers and pressed the enter key. If it's... Okay, set of... Maybe it's... My brain heard it as like 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 digits. That's not what he meant. It's several numbers. I need to calm down. The monitor showed the name of the provider, connection method, and other such details. What is a provider? Provider is a vendor that provides an internet connection service. A typical internet connection requires a dedicated line. Customers who do not already have one must make a contract for one with the provider. When the provider establishes your connection to the internet, you are assigned an identifying number called an IP address. You ever heard of the slant by? Osawa couldn't make heads or tails of most of it, but one thing drew his eye. Access point. Shibuya Ward, Tokyo. It's Tanaka or your wife. It's one of them bitches. Shut up. My watch just said, damn, it's loud in here. Are you safe? Shut up. Kajiwara went into the email programs option and checked the server info for Osawa's connection. Deep furrows formed in his forehead. This here? This is the same provider that you use, Mr. Osawa. What does that mean? What kind of internet connection do you have here at your house? What sort? Well, it's plugged in over there, but Osawa pointed at the router. Does everyone in your family use that same line? Yes, I think so. Oh shit, it's your wife. Kajiwara opened up a command prompt, then typed IP config. What's a command prompt? It's a literal prompt for users to issue computer control commands via keyboard instead of mouse, also frequently used to refer to the window or program allowing for such. Okay, so, if the same numbers we saw before pop up here, that's a bad sign. Oh? Osawa stared at the monitor. They're teaching each other stuff. Kajiwara pressed enter and a black window covered in white alphanumeric characters appeared. What the heck? Kajiwara muttered under his breath. Wait, what's going on? Osawa asked. Explain simply so that I can understand. Faking an email address is simple enough, but the typical person wouldn't be able to fake an IP. It's very likely that these emails were sent from another computer inside this house. Osawa had to stifle a gasp. The emails had been sent from his own house at around 11 o'clock that morning. Do you know where your wife was? Actual cybersecurity trainings, and they talk about the slant. Yeah, sender, links, attachments, messages. Take a moment to really, yeah. I have to teach that in the community work I do for like Discord servers and stuff. Always be aware of who's sending you what, and markdowns. If you haven't seen it, there's a PSA in my Discord under announcements. I hit everyone with an @everyone for it, but there's been people going around doing new Discord scams where they're disguising links with markdowns. I'll actually just post the link here. Anyways, something I've been thinking about. Since Osawa hadn't sent them himself, that left only one possible culprit. Oh shit. Oh, what's that sound? Suddenly his phone rang, nearly startling him out of his seat. His ringtone's wild. Makino's name showed on the incoming call display. Osawa quickly picked up. Shit. Is there an update on the emergency board meeting? He blurted. Makino's voice was quiet and subdued. I tried pulling whatever strings I could, but to no avail. I'm afraid holding a board meeting today just won't be possible. Oh my god. The phone fell from Osawa's hand. Shit, his only possible means of saving Maria was now gone. But Hitomi! Homie, please. Okay, I'm definitely going to be playing a lot more. I feel super energized. I just have to take a break. It's been 4 hours. So I'm just going to press some buttons. I'm going to do a BRB. I don't know how long it'll be. There's going to be a 3-minute ad. Sorry. but I may be gone like 5, 6, 7 minutes, just to use the restroom, refill my drink, and just not look at my computer for a minute. Is the one he thinks is in immediate danger, but he knows nothing about Hitomi's whereabouts. Right? Exactly. And doesn't he know that Hitomi's the one they wanted all? Fucking Osama. I'll be right back. I hit the wrong button. Oh no, we lost the chat on screen. Oh no. Anyways, hi, I'm back. And a special hello to a friend who's lurking. Hope you're doing alright. Good to see you stop by. And he did know that. I knew it. He knows Hitomi has the antiviral. Okay. I refilled my water so I could shake it when I get mad. No big loss. Oh. I feel bad. So... Not because I double clicked the wrong button. But that's fine. Let me take a little peeky peek at everything I can't believe this is how things are going right now. Oh, and they've got like almost 15-20 minutes until time. Interesting. This is crazy. Okay, well. He knew. Yep. No, I just hate when I accidentally reset it because it just takes one button press, just like this one. And it's gone again. But if I do it this way, like, you're not going to be able to tell the difference. It could have stayed. I hate when I do that. It's my own nitpick. Is it fun hitting people with that thing? We need to have him say that. We're not going to run into Osawa. We're going to help Toyama. I'm just going to mash this button until we run into the taxi driver again, who we love. He is husband. He is father. He is daddy. No one read into those statements. Just know that I love him. Okay? Okay. We've read all this and none of it has changed. We read all this. There he is. Kimazuka. What up, baby? I love him. I need a ride. Sure thing. All politeness on that back door. I'm sorry. I said I wouldn't be like this. I said I wouldn't. I feel crazy. I said I wouldn't be like this. Get you there in 10 minutes. I hope so. Stop it. I'm mad at myself. Who am I? I'm losing my mind. You can drive us anytime if you know what I mean. Yes. I don't know. Something about him just like... Maybe it's because the music they're playing. They only play this with him. I feel like I'm being brainwashed. I'm just losing it. I'm losing it. His alignment chart is true good. Dad was a middle-aged man. Taxi driver sitting here quite a bit ourselves. He's a little smiley about it. You look tired, sir. Yeah, yeah. Guess so. His reply was barely audible. Mm-hmm. His sticker on his car says, "We are the people." You see that? It's like gray on gray. The taxi stopped outside of Heaven Publishing. The trip had taken 10 minutes on the dot. Thanks. Minorikawa left a 1,000 yen bill on the seat and exited the cab. Sir, the driver called out after him. Minorikawa turned back around. Kimazuka was leaning out the window to point at him. It isn't called work because it's fun, sir. The day will be over soon enough. Just hang in there a little bit longer. Such a fucking simp. Yeah, he's fine. See the end of the last VOD. Yeah. I didn't read your parenthesis at first. All I read was Ashi confirmed saved, and I was like, no, a spoiler! And I felt my heart fall out of my ass. Thank you for the parenthetical. But yes, yeah, pirate, I'm a simp. Come at me. The driver finished with a knowing grin. Minorikawa cracked a ghost of a smile. Maybe his spirits had been lifted just a tiny little bit. Thank you, he replied. You're a true friend of the working man. He waved half-heartedly and then headed into the building. I love him. The taxi driver is such a great... I love him. He's such a great guy. Mr. Mino! Chiaki threw herself at him as soon as he opened the door to the editing office. News of the explosion was playing on the television. Minorikawa marched straight to his desk and opened up his laptop. While it booted up, he tried to get a handle on the current situation. Where are the folks from the loan company, he asked. They're here, Chiaki said. I have them waiting downstairs. Do they know Toyama's dead? I'm sorry. I kind of let that slip. What about Hana? I'm not sure. I haven't heard from her since she called earlier. With a tiny sigh, Minorikawa started typing at his laptop. By some miracle, his 6 pages of the copy were nearly wrapped up. Still, he needed to do whatever it took to see this job through to the end. That would serve as his final tribute to Toyama's memory. That man is okay! He loaded his copy into the DTP software in order to set the layout. Bit by bit, actual magazine articles began to take shape. Then the editing department door swung open. Oh, shit. Hey! Snarled the young man who barged in first. He kicked over a stack of books. What's that gonna do? How long are you gonna keep us waiting, huh? Honestly, Sagawa, must you be so rowdy? A middle-aged man stepped in alongside him. Are you Mr. Minorikawa then? He added, as his eyes fixed on the journalist. He held out his business card. I can't read any of that. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Asao Ozu from Dakarata Financing. The fact that he has a fax number is like weirdly funny to me. My deepest sympathies about Mr. Toyama. However, I am afraid that we do need you to give us back the money we loaned. Despite his polite tone, the threat in his voice was plain. They're a black market lending firm that offers loans at an interest rate above what the law allows. Well known for taking whatever steps necessary to collect what's owed. Its business card slogan, got bad credit but you need a loan? Call anytime. We'll put together a loan that suits your needs. Look, next month's issue of 4-Star General Gossip is definitely coming out. Couldn't you please wait for repayment until we have the funds from those sales? Minorikawa asked. That was exactly what Toyama's plan had been, after all. Well, we certainly aren't monsters. If the magazine's going to be making you money, we wouldn't mind delaying another month. You really mean it? Chiaki chirped. Oh, the interest rate. To clarify, that would be the case if Toyama were still alive. Releasing the next issue is all well and good, but with Toyama gone, so too is the company. That will make full repayment of what we're owed impossible, I expect. Then what do you want us to do? Minorikawa asked coldly. I didn't sign this loan. If it died with him, it died with him. Why coming to me? Did I sign on this? Show me the contract. Are you shitting? Why are they going along with? I'm so irritated. How about we just cut to the chase, growled the younger man, Sagawa. What do you think, Sparkly? Dreads, twist, or free-flowing afro-textured hair? I think twists are super cute. I'm very biased toward twist. I love twist. My hair texture isn't like it used to be when I was little, so I can't do them. But twists bring me so much joy. But also, so does like natural afro-textured hair. But something about twist just makes me smile. But that's just my take. Cut to the chase, grab the younger man, Sagawa. Dig out your ears and listen up. Chiaki recoiled in a panic and Minorikawa held up an interposing hand. Knock it off, he said. You're scaring the young lady. A thin smile came to Ozu's face. All I want to know is where Mr. Toyama's daughter is. She is a 10-year-old girl! I was also thinking twist. Yeah, you got a good taste. Yeah, that's right, Sagawa said. Tell us where the girl is. Oh my god, no way, Chiaki squeaked in protest. Hana's just a little kid. She doesn't have any responsibility to pay back the... Ozu didn't let her finish. We're aware of that. Nevertheless, we'd still like to know where she is. Huh? You think she got a life insurance policy? I don't think so. Leave her alone! The law didn't matter right now. Guys like this had all sorts of ways of wringing money out of people. It was clear from the looks on their faces that Ozu and Sagawa had some wicked scheme up their sleeves. Unless, of course, you prefer to take on Toyama's debts, Mr. Minorikawa. You are quite the accomplished reporter, after all. Take on his debts, huh? Minorikawa didn't know how much Toyama had borrowed, but it only took one look at these guys to tell him it was no small sum. Yeah, this is for a character, and like, honestly, any hairstyle would work, but I just love twist, yeah. There are concerns. But like, did Toyama, was that in the fine print that your debt passes on to your staff, your daughter? Like, this makes me think of my favorite anime of all time. I love JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, but my other favorite It's called Kaiji Ultimate Survivor. I keep saying we're going to watch it on Discord together, but I haven't had time. But it's my favorite because Kaiji got into some really dark shit with some loan sharks because a friend begged him to help him sign off on a loan, and a couple years passed and they came collecting and it was fucked. I love Kaiji. Kaiji Ultimate Survivor is like so good. It's not everyone's typical favorite art style, but something about it just makes my brain just bzz, bzz, bzz. It's like electrifying. I fucking love that. And it's like the narrative in it is great. It's like tense in all the right ways. But Kaiji was on the hook for someone else's fuck ups because he was just trying to be kind. And I'm just like, if you signed nothing, you ain't doing nothing. How about it, Ozu asked? The way you land scoop after scoop, I'm sure you'll be able to repay us in full before you die. Minorikawa fiercely returned his stare. All right, I'll take on the debt. I'll consider it. Could you give me some time? Can't we just call it even? We'll lead them on. They seem too stupid to understand. I'll consider it. Could you give me some time? Chiaki went pale at Minorikawa's response. No, how can you even think about taking their offer, she cried. Oral agreement with zero documentation. Yeah. But no, these types tend to have really weirdly worded contracts. As dumb as these two look, they work for the company. I feel like they've got a devil's contract. Sagawa stepped in, drowning her out. No way, we've waited long enough. Give us your answer now. Yes or no. What's it gonna be? Now, let's just calm down, Ozu chided. I forgot 2 assignments due today. Oop, let me quickly turn these in. Yeah. He said he'd consider it. That's a step in the right direction. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Minorikawa? Yeah, sure. Then I suppose we can at least wait a little while longer. Minorikawa had hoped to put them off for several days at least, but it didn't look like that was going to happen. Yeah, I was gonna give them a run around. Oh, they're just gonna sit right there. Look at their faces. Look at their body language. These two fuck, and it's like uncomfortable. The 2 men from Takarada Financing plunked themselves down on the editing department sofa. The fact that her shirt has a fake tie still sends me to the moon. Mr. Mino, you're not actually going to take on that debt, are you? Chiaki asked quietly. They are everything I want to be style-wise. The fashion's really fun. It's really fun. But they don't wear it right. They look too scummy. There's like... The attitude for these fashions either make you look really fun or really pathetic. Chiaki's outfit kills me. Minorikawa sat at his desk looking over the copy he'd written. That's none of your concern, he said. What I need to know is, how's your piece on those street interviews coming? But... I mean, those guys, they said it doesn't matter if the issue comes out or not. Don't be ridiculous. When a professional agrees to take on a job, they see it through to the end. Chiaki took his point and scampered to grab the printout of her copy. How many cigarettes you just have? Minorikawa gave it a quick once-over. Saw immediately that the piece was lacking in structure. Minorikawa? He then read the article a second time, checking the finer details. Several off-theme sentences jumped out at him. This is no good. Rewrite it. Oh my god. Rewrite it. He thrust the printout back at Chiaki. Yes, sir. She bowed her head and retreated to another desk. Oh my god. The TV was still on, and news broadcaster's voice suddenly broke through the silence, as well as Minorikawa's concentration. This is so many. Yeah, the 1960s? We're live on the scene now, where an explosion in Shibuya has... Minorikawa gazed blankly at the screen. He found his mind drifting to a particular memory of Toyama. Huh? The door looked like it might fall apart at any moment, but Minorikawa didn't care. He pounded on it as hard as he could. The Toyama nameplate popped off and fell to the floor. It's hard to believe this dilapidated apartment was the home of a newspaper editor who worked his way up from reporter. Hey, Toyama, get your ass out here. At the sound of Minorikawa's angry shouting, other tenants on the floor poked their heads out of their rooms to stare. He paid them no heed, continuing to call out. Eventually, Toyama opened the door, dressed in his sweats and undershirt. This is me. That's my uniform. Hello. Hey, Nancy. How you doing? Quiet down, you moron, he snapped. Come on in. Oh my god. I can't stand Toyama, but I also am obsessed with him. I hear you tendered your letter of resignation at the paper. Minorikawa sat cross-legged on the tatami-covered floor. Tell me why. Toyama quirked a lopsided grin. You want to know why I quit, huh? All right, lean in close. Minorikawa peered at him dubiously. Huh? Why? I don't want anyone overhearing this. Resigned, Minorikawa leaned forward and turned his right ear toward Toyama. The man's warm breath against his cheek was pretty unsettling. Oh. At first he had trouble concentrating on Toyama's story, but when the older man got to the crux of the matter, he found himself listening with rapt attention. By the time Toyama finished, Minorikawa was unable to suppress his shock. You're starting your own publishing company? Not so loud, damn it. Toyama shoved him with a finger onto his lips. He looked around warily as if there might be spies in his own apartment. Right, but a publishing company, Minorikawa said again, more quietly this time. What are you doing for your distributor account? All booksellers were required to use a wholesale distributor to circulate their publications. To do business with such a distributor, a publisher needed a specialized distributor account. They're not going to let a company with no track record open a new account with a distributor. Distributor? I'm sure you must realize that. This is so many words. Toyama grinned, a proud gleam in his eye. I know, that's why I bought one. You bought one? A ghost account belonging to a publisher that went bankrupt. Distributor accounts could go for tens of millions of yen. There was no way Toyama could afford that on his severance pay alone. He must have taken out a loan in order to make the purchase. But the publishing industry was in a slump nowadays. People just weren't buying books much anymore. Oh. Yeah, this is a very wild ride of a game, Nance. There's a lot happening. We're taking it all one step at a time. I've been reading for like 4.5 hours. My mouth is tired. Starting a new publishing company was a beyond risky endeavor, and I've already decided on a name for my company, Minorikawa. Yeah. Toyama's face was positively beaming. Get this, Heaven Publishing. Heaven? That sounds fatalistic. The idea is that the people who work for me will feel like they're in paradise. Oh. We're here, we're a family. For all his vetching about keeping quiet, Toyama was now exclaiming pretty loudly himself. I mean, I can appreciate your willingness to take the risk, but surely your wife must have objections, Minorikawa said. Toyama fell silent. He went and opened up the refrigerator. Minorikawa took a peek inside. Its shelves were mournfully spare, holding little beside beer cans and drinking snacks. The missus left me, took our daughter with her. Those scant few words painted the picture clearly enough. Toyama grabbed a can of beer and tossed it to his guest. That catch! But no more sob stories, he went on. He briskly cracked open his own can of beer. Weak foam bubbled from the top. Cheers, Minorikawa, to Heaven Publishing's big debut. He'd cast everything aside and was striving for a new beginning. If the man had braced himself for the challenge, it wasn't Minorikawa's place to tell him he was making a mistake. Even if it was an uphill battle, he had little chance of winning. Congrats, Mr. Toyama. Minorikawa pulled the tab on his beer can. Cheers. The two of them clacked their cans together. Reading aloud is so hard, and you've been doing it for 4... Yeah. This is a long game. My tongue feels really big. 1 year had passed since Toyama founded Heaven Publishing. Minorikawa poked his head into the editing office, a bag from the convenience store in hand. Hey, boss. How's business? How does it look like it's doing? Toyama said he'd missed a veritable amount of return stock, his expression bleak. The books were all bleak. Jesus, so brave. Thank you. The next game I do is going to be voiced or have no dialogue at all. My mouth is tired. The books were all bulky nonfiction tomes and exactly the sort to fly off the shelves. Return stock is when bookstores do not purchase the books that they sell, but rather take them on consignment. This allows them to return to the publisher any books that do not sell. Yeah, your boss is not your family. You can have friendly relations, but the worker-manager relationship will be at times, if not always, adversarial. Yeah. The man couldn't even muster a smile for their reunion. You should be compensated. Don't ever work for free. It's been like this for every nonfiction book we put out. Wow, starting right off with the bleak stuff, huh? Because things are bleak. The only thing that's selling is this gossip rag of ours. Minorikawa pulled some beer cans from his bag, handing one to Toyama. Toyama lifted an issue of 4-Star General Gossip from atop his desk. It was Heaven Publishing's #1 breadwinner, the only thing keeping the company afloat. But the gossip now seemed like it was buried in the red of the publisher's non-fiction releases. I really did have higher aspirations than this, Toyama sighed, gazing in disappointment at the piles of unsold books. You grew too big too fast. But here we are, with our gossip magazine as our only viable publication. The beleaguered bookseller chugged his beer. Daddy, I'm hungry, Minorikawa was startled to hear a young child's voice. Look at her. Oh my gosh, she got the little fuck-ass bob. She got a little fuck-ass bob. That might be too niche of a meme, but it made me laugh. She's very tiny with her little fuck-ass bob. I'm sorry. Sorry. He turned around to see a little girl nestled between the stacks of returned stock. Look at her, she's writing. Look at her little hands on the laptop. She's cute. She's cute in hell. That's my daughter Hana, Toyama said. It's complicated, but she's living with me now. I see. Minorikawa couldn't press for more details with Hana right there. In all likelihood, things with Toyama's ex-wife hadn't been going well. Go on, introduce yourself, Toyama said. This is one of Daddy's work friends. Hana turned to Minorikawa with a bright little grin. Hello, my name's Hana. I'm 6. You want some of this? Minorikawa held out a packet of dried squid he bought to go with the beers. Oh, sure. Hana greedily stuffed her cheeks with the squid. I'm jealous. Oh, she's drawing and writing. Look at her trees. Look at the scribble. Oh, she was so much happier. What happened in these last 4 years? Because she's 10 now and all she does is write angsty poetry. And she's really fucking funny. Hana is like, she's a sad character, but she's also like one of the top 3 funniest characters in this game. When she has her moment, she has a moment. I would have her illustrate the covers of my publication. Look at them doodles. Sure, Hana greedily stuffed her cheeks with the squid. Toyama flashed a sheepish grin. She was so much happier then. Do you like living with your daddy, Hana? Minorikawa asked, giving the girl's hair a gentle ruffle. Look at her. Uh-huh, I do. My daddy's amazing. He runs a company. Toyama let a tiny involuntary sob at his daughter's ready praise. Oh, stop. I can't stand this game. I'll keep at it, Toyama said, looking into his daughter's smiling face. Hana is more important to me than any high aspirations I might have had. I'll keep shoveling out copies of the gossip, and at least make sure she's always got something good to eat. You know what? Kenji Osawa could take some lessons from you, Toyama, on how to be a doting and loving father. Because he hates them girls, and they feel it. Oh my god. Daddy, this is really tasty. Hana held up the pouch of dried squid. Tears welled in Toyama's eyes. Next time I'll make sure she has some sashimi instead of something like this. Hey, what do you mean, something like this? Minorikawa grumbled. I'm the one who bought it. Toyama and his daughter laughed together. They're so opportunistic. Together. I love them. They're so funny. It was a heartwarming sight. Minorikawa thought, a father and his girl getting along so well. Toyama might have been a hard-hitting journalist, but when he came home at the end of the day, he was just daddy. It was only natural for the man as a father to put his child above anything else. Oh. Look at her taking a nap. She worked so hard on her doodles. After gorging herself on snacks, Hana fell asleep on the sofa, looking well and truly satisfied. You know, Minorikawa, Hana's happiness means more to me than my lofty artistic ideals ever could. Toyama kept his voice low as he regarded his daughter's sleeping face. Shut up. And from that day forward, Heaven Publishing has shifted its focus to scandal rags with 4-Star General Gossip as its pillar. Had that been for good or for ill, whatever the case, Toyama had abandoned his pride. Minorikawa had watched him become more and more of a miserable wretch. Oh no! Look at her little socks! She was so cute. Minorikawa snapped back into the present as a sheaf of pages appeared in front of his face. Here you go, Chiaki said, radiating anxiety. Right. Minorikawa gave her copy a close read over, then thrust it back out to her. What did you even fix? He asked. Could you please tell me what parts are wrong? She mumbled, hanging her head. All that time. What are you talking about? It's just, well, we don't have a lot of time here, so I figured if I just fix the parts that need fixing. Chiaki trailed off into an indistinct mutter. Is that always how you go about fixing your copy? Yes. Then you're never going to get any better. If someone tells you it's no good, you rewrite the whole thing from scratch. Just making fiddly tweaks here and there is what an amateur does. You are wasting time. Sir? This guy is like, my first draft is my final draft. Killing me. Chiaki dipped her head even deeper, cringing at the reprimand. Minorikawa let out a tiny sigh. Look, what I just told you, that's what Toyama told me when I was first starting out. There were times he'd have me do dozens of rewrites. At first I thought he was just pushing me around, but after rewriting things over and over, I realized something. There are a whole lot of ways you can write about the same thing, and that's what helped me hone my skills as a writer. Chiaki raised her head back up. Oh wow, really? If you can get that, then stick with it. Ride your submission deadline as close as you have to in order to write the best piece you can. Okay, I can do it. I will do it. She's adorable. Finally, Chiaki's face brightened with a smile. That's the spirit. The woman might have talent, but she hadn't realized it yet. She needed to be able to stick to an assignment even when things got tough. If she didn't have that kind of resolve, she'd never make it as a freelancer. Not the slow clap. And Minorikawa learned how to be an editor from Toyama. Makes sense. Also, that jukebox is funny. Oh, how touching, Ozu chimed in, applauding. I'm almost moved to tears. They'll make a movie of this for sure. See, we had only been acquainted with that sad sap Toyama. We never knew there was such an upstanding fellow here who was so good at tough love. Minorikawa shot to his feet and pounded his fist on the desk. That's about enough from the peanut gallery. Peanut gallery is a very racist term. It has a very unfortunate history, and I wish we said it less. Hold your tongue, Sagawa snarled. His eyes shone with a vicious gleam. We're getting sick of waiting here. Sagawa, you really are a short-tempered guy, aren't you? Yeah. Ozu clucked disapprovingly at his underling, then slid a sheet of paper onto Minorikawa's desk. Nevertheless, I'm afraid we do require a decision, now. If you'll just stamp here, we'll be on our way. Chiaki stared down at the document. Is this a bond of recognizance? Yeah, that's right. That's what you write when transferring a debt. No. Sagawa puffed himself up proudly. Absolutely not. Minorikawa silently looked over the contract. If you don't have a stamp, we'll gladly accept a signature as well, Ozu pointed out. Absolutely not. Heard about that recently, never used it. Yeah, because I didn't understand it. Yeah. Face it, pal, Sagawa added. If you don't hurry up and sign, we're never going to stop going after Toyama's daughter. You think you're going to blackmail me? Minorikawa snatched up a pen. Mr. Mino, you can't do this. Think about what you're doing, Chiaki shouted. Oh, stab him in the neck with the pens. I'm sorry. If you go through with this, you'll just wind up like Mr. Toyama. I won't. Yes, you will. Just who the hell you think I am? I'm Minoru Minorikawa, damn it. I'm gonna land so many scoops it'll make your head spin. And I'm gonna pay back this debt and rebuild Heaven Publishing. You don't have to do that. Look at her ring. It's so cute. It's like red fruits. I need it. But why would you take such a risk? Chiaki sobbed. Minorikawa lowered her voice. Because I owe him so much. I can't stand by and let these scumbags kill his daughter. Aha! Before Minorikawa signed, Sagawa startled him with a sudden exclamation. Looking up, Minorikawa saw what the loan sharks had seen, little Hana standing by the door. Girl, go! Get her! On it, boss! Ozu and Sagawa rushed at the girl. Run, Minorikawa shouted. Oh no. Oh no. No witnesses, right? Except for Hana. Hana bolted right back out the door, but Ozu managed to snatch her up just as he reached the stairs. Why does it look like he is just holding her clothes over his shoulder? Oh my god. After write finding aids. I have a coworker of mine who happens to have a journalism background, and she doesn't go write this all over. Yeah. No, that's typical. This is just for the bit. I did have a creative writing class I did though, where the teacher told me to rewrite my first chapter. 2 or 3 different times because he said the first chapter is always the hardest, and I appreciated that. My first chapter being rewritten a lot made me realize what I liked and what I didn't like. So sometimes a complete rewrite makes sense. But yeah, typically people mark and they give you feedback other than the vibes are off. Yeah. Let's be on our way, shall we? A vile grin came to Ozu's cruel face as he headed down the stairwell. Oh my god, we're gonna spend the whole time just looking for this little girl. This is gonna be so annoying. This is gonna be so bad. Stop! Let her go! Oh my god. Norikawa rushed after them trying to grab the girl, but Sagawa drove a punch right into his face. The way she's just like, she even looks dejected while being, that's so funny. I did have to write it under a deadline for a grade and I didn't want to, but comme si comme ça. I just like how you can tell her attitude by the way she's being held right now, though. Like, this is still the same, just kind of like whatever, angsty, like 10-year-old. This is very funny. The way she's being carried is very funny to me. I'm sorry. I know she's at risk, but this is like 20% hilarious. Oh my god, he fell down the goddamn stairs. Oog. The pain staggered him. Nevertheless, he managed to press on. Get your hands off that girl. Chiaki needs to show up. Oh my god! He jumped on us! Shut your damn mouth. Something hard slammed into his chest. His vision went dark. He felt himself slipping from consciousness. What a wild bad ending. Just before he blacked out, he heard Hana's voice. I'm sorry, Uncle Minoru. What? The POV? Sorry? No, I'm the one who should apologize. He had them pointy ass shoes. But before his thoughts got any further, Norikawa passed out. Oh my god. This is the funniest bad ending we've had in a minute. I needed that with how sad the game is right now. Hana gets caught. Shouldn't be funny. Hana showed up at the office only to get caught by the moneylenders, and Sagawa drop-kicked Norikawa to unconsciousness when he tried to save her. Turns out Hana had been at the police stations just before this, trying to decide if she should tell the police her father had been killed in the explosion. Then someone brought her to the Heaven Publishing, which was clearly a mistake. Shit, who brought her here? I don't remember now. Shit! No one tell me, I'm gonna remember. Who ran into her? Was it Marie? No. Okay, that's too far back in time. It's not you, because you're useless to other people. It's not you. That's when you met your father-in-law. The press conference. Stanley was hesitant. This is too far back in time. Something about the style of shoe made it was so pointy. It had no reason to be that pointy. It was very good. Okay, she's not here. I don't know why I clicked on that one. Somewhere in here. It wasn't this one. Hang on. I need to do something. I don't think that's it. No. Ooh. It had to be, it was in this last hour. I've worked tomorrow, so gonna duck out. Yeah, take care, Pharaoh. Have a good night. Yeah, that's the photograph. But this doesn't have anything to do with them. Same as us, big sister. Yeah, no, that's definitely not it. A love triangle? That's bad. Now that I know I have homework, I'll stay up late for a bit. I feel that. I feel that. Turns out Hana had been at the police station just before this, trying to decide if she should tell the police her father had been killed in the explosion. Then someone brought her here. And someone brought her here from the police station. It has to be, because the only person who went to the police station before 4:30 was Kano. Because you're at the hospital, you're on a rooftop, you're at home. You need to do something. Talking with Kuze. We can't release the name because it's not Tanaka. I don't think it is. Yeah, I don't think that's true. It's gotta be a need to do something. Maybe we have to stay here and call our wife. Decided to give her a call. Alright, I'm gonna peek. Let's see what that did to the timeline. Once the phone stops ringing. Oh, that broke everything. This is a bad ending. The phone rang several times before it went to voicemail. The fact that she hadn't picked up made Kano all the more anxious. This is a bad ending. But we'll ride it out. I clicked on it. He was still staring at his phone when he got a call of his own. When he peered at the incoming call display, his heart nearly stopped. That was Tateno's name. Kano quickly pressed the button to accept the call. Detective Tateno? Detective Tateno, is that you? There was a whole mountain of things Kano wanted to ask. Just what had Tateno been doing this whole time? Why had he let Ali K go free? What had happened? Tateno spoke. Okay, this changed the timeline, though. I don't understand. Right now, cut him off. We've read all this. Sometimes the spacebar does not go fast enough. Okay, no, this is all about the U.S. Embassy. Okay, none of this is what I need. Okay, that's not changing anything. Wait. This timeline changed. Hang on. Why did this one change? You know, I'm jumping the gun. I gotta go back to the other one. Why did that one change? Something changed here. I'm sorry, I got impatient. Wait. Oh, wait, hang on. Was it this? How did I do that? Oh. This is how the pros play it. Because me hammering the spacebar is the same speed. This isn't right. I don't think this is right. This is all the exact same. None of this is changing. I don't think this is right. Maybe we release the name. Because they say it's Tanaka. Hana wants to say it's her dad. Maybe it's the name. I think releasing the name should be alright. There was still a lot they didn't know about Tanaka. The fact that the final stop for the ransom relay was Tanaka's condo implied some sort of connection between him and the kidnappers. I really don't think he's dead. They also didn't have any motive for why Tanaka would be helping the kidnappers in the first place. I mean, I got motives, but they still had no idea what his role in the abduction might have been. My bad, I clicked too fast. By sharing some of what they did know with the public, they might be able to garner some new leads. You'd release the name? Alright then. Without another word, Kuze headed back toward the conference room. On the TV, the governor's press conference was still going on. I've just requested that each of the railroad companies, starting with JR, stop running trains through Shibuya Station until further notice. As far as the roads go, Route 246 has already been closed to traffic. The executive looked pale as he spoke to the crowd. Okay. Did this fuck up any other timelines? Fuck, this messed up hers. Shit. Okay, that's fine. Is there any possibility of bioterrorist attack? What about the people who are still at Shibuya? Porters unleashed a barrage of questions, the governor's face scrunched up. As I've already made clear, this is not a complete blockade. There's nothing to stop anyone from leaving Shibuya on foot. Isn't what you're describing de facto, blah, 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 blah. We've read all this. Even if I wanted to, if you wanted to. It is a bioterrorist, never said anything. Unsurprised given the circumstances, so everyone's doing their best. So why not me? Doesn't matter what I do, I just want to be doing something. Just letting time tick by without trying to take action was more than you could bear. Kano. Maybe this is wrong. Maybe he just wants to talk to his wife. Maybe he just wants to talk to his wife. Because he loves her. I'm worried about Sasayama, but he's worried about his wife. Well, girlfriend. Soon to be fiance, soon to be wife. He's kind of all the more anxious. Does this restore the timeline in some way? God damn it. Okay, he got a call of his own. Tartano's name. Quickly press the button. Is that you? Whole mountain of things. Doing this whole time. Why do you let him go free? Maybe something changes after this, because he's still at the police precinct. Before I try to get him to leave. You are the only person at the precinct. You have to run into Hana. I feel crazy. Where is she? Show me his daughter. Oh my god. Applied as if he hadn't heard his questions. Office building, yeah, South Hill. I'll be waiting for you on the rooftop. If you don't bring her, I'll kill Maria. Grisly warning, he hung up. Went limp. Foam slipped from his grasp, fell to the floor. Where's Hana? Because maybe that's what it is. Because she was going to report it was her dad. And if they release a name and it's a different name, they might investigate what happened to her father instead of bringing her to his work. Did that change anything? Okay, weird enough. That seems to have done something. Or it didn't matter at all. I don't, oh my god. Maybe I need to go back further up in his timeline. Do I just deny the debt? Appear in front of his face, here you go, radiating anxiety. This is stressful. Bring it over, fast it back to her. What do you even fix? Let's just hammer on this button, and then if not, we'll roll back his time a little bit. Because they're still sitting in here, and I think they need to sit in here with me. And I think the only way to do that is to pretend we're going to sign the debt and buy some time. I just told you that's what he told me when I first started out, yeah. My roommate just got home. Hello. Help me hone my skills. Oh my god. Okay, get that. Stick with it. Ride your submission deadline as close as you can. Yeah. I will do it. Yeah, do your homework. Write your paper. That's the spirit. Need to be able to stick. Not the slow clap again. Oh my god. Hana shouldn't be here. That was the tip. If this is wrong, pirate, and you are still around and you have an idea, give me a hint, but not fly it out. I'm trying to remember where else she was, because it has to be in this hour. And Kana was the only one at the precinct. Uh-huh. The fact that we don't have an ending right now makes me think this is right. We're never going to stop going after the daughter. Can't do this. Think about what you're doing. You go through with this. You wind up like Mr. Toyama. Blah, 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 blah. I won't. Oh my god. Okay. Thank you, pirate. Daughter. Now are we gonna see her? Oh, he signed it. Reading. Readied his pen and signed the document. Okay, she's not here. All right, Sagawa cheered. Now we're talking. A satisfied grin came to Ozu's face as he reached for the contract. But before he could pick it up, Chiaki snatched it from the desk. And she ate it! I'm not letting you do this. I love her. Crumpling the paper, she stuffed it right into her mouth. Hey, Sagawa snapped. What the hell are you doing? She's getting her fiber. That's what she's doing. Tried to force Chiaki's mouth open. Don't you dare, you bitch. Oh my god. But despite his frantic efforts, Chiaki managed to gulp the wad of paper down. Sagawa blinked a few times. Oh, you did not just do that. Ozu looked on, dumbstruck. This is incredible. Guess we got to get a new contract from the office, boss. Bring as many as you want, Chiaki declared. I'll just keep eating them. Girl, you some kind of damn goat or something? Ah! She goated. I'll tell you that. She goated. What's it say? The mental image of a goat eating paper is a common one dating back to long ago when paper was made solely out of plant material. If a goat were to eat modern paper, the wad of chemically treated pulp would go undigested and possibly cause an intestinal blockage. So please do not feed paper to goats. It doesn't taste bad. Oh my god. I used to know someone who liked chewing on it, but they'd always spit it out and it was gross to witness. But this is amazing. You a damn goat? You some kind of damn goat? I love this game. Sometimes this game stresses me out and then it's like the best thing I've ever witnessed in my life. I would digest it, yeah. No, I just had a friend who liked the feel of chewing it. And like making little molds of their teeth with it. They always did it with different colored construction paper. Don't know why I would do that. Yeah. Whatever. Some kids are weird. Whatever. Sagawa shoved Chiaki up against the desk. Ow, cut it out. That hurts. As she struggled to resist, Chiaki lurched toward the desk, planting one of her hands atop the new TV remote control. One of her fingers happened to land on the volume up button. They're gonna learn it wasn't Toyama who died. Stop a video? The sound from the television set soon hit max volume. We have just learned the identity of the victim killed in the explosion. Shibuya resident and a pharmaceutical executive. Shibuya resident? Minorikawa tilted his head in confusion. Toyama didn't live in Shibuya. Once again, the victim of the explosion was Shibuya resident and pharmaceutical company executive Mamoru Tanaka. The case of the explosion remains unknown. The police are still in the process of following up several potential leads. The site of the incident remains an alarming scene, with relief workers continuing to tend to the wounded. Oh my god. The four people in the editing office spoke in near unison. Look at this! These faces! If I were an artist, this is how I would draw my OCs. This just looks like four very funny OCs. This is the D&D party. This is the D&D party. This is the score. I love this. Huh? Who's Tanaka? Bye. Is this your to be continued moment? Shut up. Shut up. That's so good. Who is Tanaka? Oh my god, my watch is yelling at me. It said I was loud again. Okay. Oh my god, daddy issues. Someone's broken through the firewall. Oh my god, what the fuck? What the fuck? Who was the person with the fire eyes? Only 4 routes now. Welcome to 5 p.m. Shit. I hacked into the mainframe. I love how filthy he is. It's so funny. I can't. Oh, there's a big... They won't even let me... I have to go all the way back around the other way. That's wild. Hold on. This is crazy. This shot was great. I want to keep playing. I really do. But I should be responsible. It is midnight. I've been live for 5 hours. We'll have to do this again. I won't be back tomorrow night, unfortunately. I can tell you that right now, because I got a work event tomorrow night. But fuck, this was so good, dude. Dude, this game rules. I'm having a great time. I've been tickled by every moment that we've had. Sorry, I feel like I'm cutting it short, but it's been 5 hours and my mouth is tired. I can't keep reading. We're gonna see if there is anyone I know online. This is not my usual hour, so the likely answer is no. Thanks for the stream. Looking forward to catching up on the VOD. Hell yeah, it's been a good time. I'm really enjoying this. Yeah. No, I'll be okay. I'll be okay. I am not surprised, but also shocked there's no Nancy Drew folks right now. Yeah. This was really, really fun. I had a good time. We're gonna raid a friend of mine I've not seen in a while, who's playing a game called Void Stranger. Figuring out some puzzles on their own. It's my friend Xandra. We're gonna raid Xandra and say hello. Feel free to copy a raid message or not. I live your truth. I understand it's late and some of us have homework. But I'll be back Wednesday, ? I'm not confirmed. But I might be back Wednesday. Like I said, streams are always after 6 p.m. Eastern. And I think we can beat this game this week. I feel it in my heart because I did see that there's over 80 something endings, and we've seen 62 of the bad endings, or like up to the number 62, which makes me feel like we've got 3 days left of this game, maybe. That's just me speculating. No one confirm. I like a mystery. But yeah, I'm gonna go raid Xandra. I'm gonna watch some puzzle games while I get ready for bed. You can join, or I'll see you next time. As always, updates are in Discord. And goodbye. Boo boo doo boo.